Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Karaoke stream. Prepare your ear holes. Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. Bonus gorilla stream. Watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical, just the way you like it.
Quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams, what the dealio. Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in, Omegs. Welcome in, Luciano. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you are lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. Please consider a comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, notification bell, follow on Twitter. Do the things, have the fun, win the game. Woo! Oh, happy Wednesday, y'all. Happy hump day. Fight for your right to make Matt suffer. Come on, Fantasy Star. Yes, we are rerunning, anyone coming in, any of you lurking, rerunning the poll from last night. We had 4 games on there. I wanted to rerun it with the top 2, just to make doubly sure, because I'm willing to abide by either one. I just don't know if it was fully accurate. It seems weird that Zelda 2 won. And nothing against Zelda 2. I want to play it on stream. I want to play through it on stream. I really do. I've got the urge to play it. But I really thought Golden Sun or Phantasy Star would have been the runaways. Instead, it came Zelda 2, Phantasy Star in second. So, rerunning it. So far, only 4 votes, but so far we're 75-25. So, yeah, there we go. Oh, my throat. Fantasy Star is funnier, chat. He can die immediately and restart the game. Wait, what? In the original? I don't know anything about the original. I played Fantasy Star 2 briefly, which I know that's generally considered the good one. I want to start with the first one, though, because no one ever does the first one. Yeah, that might happen. I might die immediately. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Oh, dear. And the version will be, as it says, is the GBA version. Game Boy Advance. It's kind of weird because it's not a complete set. So, Game Boy Advance, they released a Phantasy Star collection, which is Phantasy Stars 1, 2, and 3. Phantasy Star 4 is notably absent, even though it's considered by a lot of people to be a real gem. Yeah, so I'm not sure with that. That's just an odd choice. Yeah, in the original, just walking outside can trigger fights. Oh no, and going the wrong way can have you face high-level enemies, leading to a quick game over. Oh god, we're using a strategy guide. I'm pulling out the guide. I need a guide. Oh no. Oh dear. I want to say on Master System, I could be wrong, but I want to say from looking it up, because I did look it up. I checked on eBay trying to find a Master System copy that was fairly enough priced for what I'd want. I would want a complete copy, and there just weren't any. And I want to say it included maps. I could be wrong. But just the low-level enemies can kill you pretty quickly. Wow, that's not good. I mean, it's good for y'all. It's not good for me. Wow. This is weird. Hold on, I'm trying to move something around on my stream. No, that's not gonna work. No, that's not working. I was going to try to move. So I've made some changes in here, chat. In my streaming center, I moved my webcam because I've noticed with these Bat and Kaito streams that whenever I squint, it's reading it as if I closed my eyes. So I've changed my camera position. I've had for a while one of those, you know, a stand, a worm stand, whatever, and I've never used it. I've had my webcam at the top of my monitors. I put it on that, so it's more eye level. Welcome in, Twin Opinion. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. And it seems to be doing better so far, but there is a caveat. But it's blocking my eyes from seeing chat. It's just like too far over that way, and I don't know if there's a way maybe I can adjust it just a little bit. I don't know. I wish it was a different shape of webcam. I'll probably have to work on it after stream. I thought I'd be okay, but it's gonna be an issue. I wonder if I turn it. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do something stupid, chat. He says, I'm gonna tilt it this way. Okay. And then I'm going to tilt it back up this way. But this will not work whenever I play games. Okay, but it'll work today. This will work for now, I guess, while I figure this out. It might work okay for games. I don't know. Kind of blocks my view. Man, it's starting to make me think more and more. I had thought about adding another monitor, a cheap one just for chat window. Maybe that's something I am going to need to do, is just add a chat window monitor. Yeah, I'm thinking if I put it right above my game monitor, if I can mount it to the wall. Or even if I could get one of those stands to put it on top. I'll figure it out. Thinking about spending too much money. Throne it up. I'll tell you my problem with doing Throne. Is, and you know this about Throne. Throne, here, I'm still adjusting this. Throne, you can't just pull money out until it hits the amount. And the big problem with Throne is they charge so much of a markup. There are some pretty cheap ones, like 60 bucks. Oh yeah, I could probably do even better than that on like Newegg. But Throne adds such a markup to everything for their fees, even if they're not shipping it. Even when I put in like just the cash amount, they take such a cut. It might, but maybe I will. You know, Omegs, I might just do that. I might just put it on Throne, because I haven't been putting anything on my Throne lately. Not at all. I've left it kind of the stuff that there was. In fact, I've removed a couple things, if anything. Pretty much the only things on there are keeping the lights on. So it's basically the same as just super chatting, except I gotta wait for it. Put chat on a HUD CRT mounted to the wall. That would be practical. A HUD CRT? I gotta look that up. I think that's like huge, isn't it? Oh, like a little teeny tiny one? Huh. I don't know if it'd be practical, but it's interesting. It is interesting. Huh. I know I can get, yeah, you mentioned Omega's cheap ones for like 60. You could get these little tiny, like flat monitor. They're basically tablets without the tablet. I know you could get them super, super cheap. So yeah, I'll look into that. I will look into that. It would be dumb. Don't listen to me. No, it's okay. It's okay, man. I'm glad I looked it up instead of just, ooh, let me add that. Oh, speaking of stuff that what is that? Speaking of stuff I probably should have put on Throne, in addition to the open source, the scan converter thing, I ordered something that might go right back to Amazon. And I don't know if it'll help with my GameCube or NES stuff. It is... Okay, it's when I look down. When I look down. That's messing with the thing with me. I'm going to have to adjust that. Yeah, this... Wait. Oh my gosh. Okay, now it's catching up. Man, it like froze up my model. That was weird. Let me back this up and then I'll talk about that. If you need more space, you can always get a desk mounting bracket to save desk space. Only thing that sucks with them is your desk width is too chunky. It won't fit. But some allow you to drill holes into your desk to mount as well. I personally use a desk mount and they are amazing. I'll look into those too. Even for my current monitor setup, something like that might really help. Because they do take up quite a bit of desk real estate. And I'd been even debating mounting them. The main thing that sort of keeps me from it is the cables sticking out of the back would be an issue. I wish they faced down, but the ports are like straight out of the back. I don't think there's any underneath ports. I'm feeling it just to check. No, that's something I don't like about these monitors, even though I love these AOC monitors. But yeah, so I ordered something else to try to help with the GameCube and NES output. It's called an ODV2. And I guess it's an open source thing, something that they're selling a commercial version of. And what it does is it converts just one-for-one conversion, supposedly, S-video and composite video to component video. And according to something I read, doing it that way gives you a more stable signal with a retro scaler or a retro tink than just plugging directly into it. So I'm going to try it out, and if not, it goes straight back to Amazon. Oof, not having the connection at the bottom must be a real hassle. Yeah, I'm trying to see on the back. Okay, I'm reaching behind it. I hope I don't screw... No. Nope, they aren't. Nope, they stick out of the back. Because I had thought about mounting it to the wall, and it was like, well, I'll have to get... even the power cord sticks out like that. Yeah, I wish they were... on the bottom, but they're almost like old. It's almost like old style because of that. The way monitors used to be. The way CRTs used to be, where everything was just straight out of the back. That's the way these two seem to be designed. And I can't even get another one. I was thinking about, speaking of cheap monitors, I was thinking about ordering another one of these because I do love this monitor. But you just can't get them anymore. Seems they've stopped making them. Old monitors. These ones aren't that old. I want to say they're 2024. They're AOC brand. They're 1080p. They're not 4K. I don't remember what the refresh rate on them is, but I was really shocked at how good of quality they were. Because I had a lot of issues with monitors giving me blurring and stuff like that during fast movement. And these are just banger. They were cheap and they are fantastic. And now you can't get them anymore. Hydration break real quick, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, Marathon 2. Excuse me. Wow, there went my throat. The option of portable monitors. Yes, that was what I meant when I was talking about the flat ones that are like a tablet without the tablet. Yes, I've been thinking about doing like a portable because I know you could get small ones come with a kickstand, and they'd probably be easy enough to mount somewhere too, and somehow like attach it to the wall. Yeah, yes, that's what I was thinking about. Read my mind, Omegs. Those are what I was thinking about that would probably be easiest to put on just the wall behind me, and you wouldn't even have to worry too much about securing it because of the weight. Something like that would weigh so little, it would probably, hopefully, be really easy to do without, you know, making sure everything was anchored and whatnot. I actually use one as my third monitor. Okay, all right. Well, good, then we're on the same page. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, because I am 2 monitors right now. I'd like to add a third one for chat, just because It would maybe make it easy, especially if I'm leaving the camera like this. Unless I can figure out another way to do this camera. I wish I could leave the camera where it was. But like I said, it just, my eyes stay like this the whole time. I wonder. I'm just looking here. Sorry, chat. I'm just looking here and wondering. Okay, if I do like that, and I squint. I look down. No? I don't know. You could probably get one as low as 40 bucks on Amazon. Yeah, very cheap. I'm going to check them out later tonight. I will check those out tonight and just see. See what they go for and see about and look up mounting solutions for them too. So yeah. Okay. Oh, moving past that, something of interest. Marathon! The remake of Marathon. And let me pull it up, make sure I get the numbers right on this. I thought this was funny. I'm not going to be playing it anyway, but I thought it was funny. Where is it? Scrolling up. Bungie now has more developers. According to Pirate Nation, more developers working on Marathon than on Destiny 2. According to a report says that they have 800 employees, about 800 employees total after Marathon launched on March 5th. The team split changed. Marathon now has a slight lead over the studio had 800 employees total. And then after Marathon launched, it was split between Marathon and Destiny 2. Before the launch, there were about 300 people on Marathon, with 550 on Destiny 2. But apparently that has now changed. Apparently now it's the other way around. And Bungie's saying they plan to keep supporting Destiny 2 long term, but it's balancing work on both live service titles. Just pull the plug. It's over. It's over. Just pull the plug, man. Come on, it's over. Just stop. Let it go. Oh, my gosh. Of course, the issue was lack of manpower and not just bad game design. Yeah. Seriously, Omegs. Poor Destiny. Game was cool as heck. But when I tried it, the menu was a nightmare to learn. Really? Is the menu bad? Oh, obviously, I've never played it. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, but seriously. Be it Destiny or Marathon, the fact that either would take a team of 500 people, that is insane. When you look at all the games out there that have like a development team of 5 or 10, and then here comes Bungie with 500 people on Marathon 2, and it's still, or on Marathon, the remake, and it turns out to be crap. Yeah, that is, wow. And more menus for each of your missions. Really? Oh my gosh. Man, that's what we need. We need a game like that, agree? We need a game that's just called Start Menu, where nothing but the game is trying to get through the start menu and have the navigation of the start menu like almost like a dungeon crawler RPG, where everything you click just opens to all these other things to click, and you got to make your way to the ending of the start menu before you can ever play some really generic game. And more menus that require tutorials so you learn what you need to select to do your missions correctly. Oh, that is insane. That's insane. Oh, man. This is why I can't play so many modern games. You basically described agree. Yeah, I know. Something without mini-game. I'm thinking something without mini-games and something with almost more of an RPG feel. I need to go back to agree, because I agreed and then I made that stupid mistake at the end. I still can't believe I did that. I really did snatch victory, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. That is just, yeah, pro gamer. Oh, God. That's crazy, though. That's one of my problems with so many games. And not just modern ones, though, Megs. I look back to a lot of the old school PC games. Some of these old school games, even like X-Wing, when we played X-Wing, if you looked at the actual manual, at the actual just like the little guide for X-Wing, there are so many different things like looking to just all of these different like cockpit controls, and it's just, you know, I just want to fly the ship and shoot things. There's like buttons for tractor beams and switching your weapon types and balancing your shields and changing the recharge rate of your shields and changing the recharge rate of your weapons and shifting power from weapons to shields and looking out the cockpit to the left or up or down or right, or instead of just looking at the control panel. Changing, I know on TIE Fighter, changing the targeting computer on the control panel so it will be that little thing like Darth Vader had when he was shooting the X-Wings, and you don't even need that. Yeah. We're not going back to X-Wing anytime soon. Sorry, we're not doing it. Not after that last mission. Man, oh man, oh man. But yeah, Marathon. So that happened with Marathon. What else was there? Let me see. I haven't seen a lot of headlines today. Oh, I am gonna say Kino. If you want some Blu-rays and 4Ks at a good price, Kino has extended their spring sale now through Friday. So you got a few extra days now, chat. You got a few extra days on that. Let me just see. Was there anything else I saw other than that? I don't think so. I did see one thing I thought was funny. Some VTuber got copyright struck by herself for using her own music in her own stream. That's pretty amazing. Thank you again to the YouTube AI, the all-knowing, all-seeing YouTube AI. Anything else? No, I don't think there was anything else. I haven't seen much today. Oh, I did, when I do that, the thing, the audition video, I did find a way to, I think, integrate the pin the tail on the donkey thing into it. So it's written. I'm going to start recording any new sound parts I need to. I'm going to try to recycle ones if I've still got the raw elements, because, you know, if I've got a good take, I might as well stick to a good take and just tweak the editing. And with that in mind, chat, next week, this coming week, I am going to be taking Monday off. It'll be a 4-stream, unless something happens and I decide to guerrilla editing pro. No, I am not a pro. Man, if you saw the way I edit things, Omegs, my pipeline, your heart would just sink. It might turn out okay in the end, but if you saw just the backwards ways I do everything, your heart would sink. Same goes for any artists who use Photoshop. If y'all saw me using Photoshop, y'all would probably cry. I don't know why you stopped taking Mondays off. I don't know. I guess because you should rest properly. I appreciate it, Luciano. I guess I feel like I'm not doing enough. And I know y'all tell me I am. I know you guys tell me I do. I know other people do. Twin says I do. Jennifer says I do. Siren always says I do. But I do feel like I'm slacking. And I do think some of it is an undiagnosed ADHD, because I look, because I'll like sit down to do things and I just get distracted and my mind wanders. I just really struggle with stuff like that. It's something I need to get better at. We need a Madamus editing stream, right? Meow. I would have to show my full desktop, I think, to do that. You know what? Maybe we'll do that at some point. Maybe we will. I'd have to show my desktop because I don't have it set up on my gaming PC. Yeah, I'll have to set up a separate room here in OBS for that. 2 times a week is normal amount of streams for most VTubers who have a second job. Gotcha. Well, the thing is, Luciano, my most of my other work is sort of from home other than the side gig also. So it's something where I've got the time. I've got the time to make it full-time. And and I feel like if I've got the time to make it full-time, there's really not much excuse for me. There's really not much excuse for me for not getting more and doing more. But no, I know that's true, Luciano. And that's the thing. If I was in that situation of having to go to an office all the time, then I would definitely probably just be doing 2 or 3 times a week. Definitely. But yeah, as it stands, I'm in a situation where I can treat this as like a full-time thing. And so looking at from that perspective of treating it like a full-time thing and making it into a full-time thing, I do feel like I don't do enough. I don't do enough of the shorts. I don't do enough covers. I don't do enough of the other things that go along with it. I spend time researching things and trying to put things together, but I don't know how. I guess I don't know how much of that counts as the job, or it just counts as stuff that shouldn't be thought of as part of the job and just stuff that you're just supposed to do. And so from that perspective, I don't know if I'm doing enough. Maybe I am. Maybe I am for someone. Maybe it's time to make a team of nerds. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe I'll get lucky and this audition will go well. And then I would have a manager to basically explain to me, okay, this is actually what you should be doing from a full-time perspective, and this is where you're going wrong. Man, that's something. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I knew then what I know now, a long time ago, Elite Trainer offered, because he does or did, I haven't talked to him forever, managing stuff for some streamers. He told me I could ask him stuff, and I didn't want to impose. And I know I asked him if there was something specific I should be doing that I'm not doing that he could see, or something. I forget what the question was. And it was basically that I was on the right track. But I wish I could have gone back now and asked him, hey, if I'm looking at this as a full-time thing, what type of things should I be doing from that perspective? What types of things should I be doing? What types of things should I be trying to commission to do? Because I know I could commission an editor like Omegs. Omegs would be fantastic if I could afford it. Yeah, I'll figure it out. The truth is, I'm probably overthinking it. I am probably overthinking it again. That's one of my biggest weaknesses is overthinking when sometimes I need to just do. You need to impose and rest more, but also work harder and take it easy. It's not that hard. Yeah, rest more, but work harder. I know. If you join editing community and just steal all the good ideas from the smart people. I do need to get, yeah, fair point, Omegs. Fair point. I probably should. I need to find out, sort of like you were finding out some of those editing methods you mentioned before that you were working on. I probably do need to figure out how to do some things along those lines. Even though I think what I do now, even though it's pretty basic, works. Yeah. And when I say basic, like, I mean, the hype videos I try to make them look like they're kind of out of the 80s in concept. And I think that's turned out well. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure out. Best way to learn is to steal what you like to see. Oh, 100%. That's what I do with most of my, a lot of my streaming. So much of my streaming is stuff I've seen other people do, and I've tried to figure out, okay, now how can I do that without having it look exactly the same? Like, there's another streamer who does the watch-alongs with the blurred TV. She's got a little TV, and she does the blurred image effect. She does more to it. Hers looks different. It looks clearly different. It almost looks more like dithered, like Sega CD video. And maybe that's one way that she avoids the copyright issues. And I tried to do something like that, but maybe I need to steal the look even more so. The green light, red light, which I forget sometimes for the back seating. I stole that from another streamer. I stole that from one of my Oshis, Amia Aranya. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm on a good path, but if there's anything that y'all think that I should be doing or do differently, don't hesitate to let me know. I can't promise I will do what is suggested, but I always promise that I'm someone who always listens to feedback. I'm someone who always listens to feedback and takes it seriously. I know there are a number of streamers, few I can think of offhand, who don't react well to feedback, unless they're specifically asking for it. But I like to think that I generally do. I think I like to generally do. That said, I mean, no one ever likes to be told they've got an ugly baby. But sometimes you need to be told that your baby's ugly. There you go. All the babies are ugly. Quote it. No, don't quote it. That was wrong. That was wrong. That was wrong. No, the babies are fine. The babies are not ugly. If you're in chat and you have a baby, it's not ugly. Unless you already know it's ugly. If you already know it's ugly, then I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna argue with you. Fine. Fine. Your baby's ugly. Okay, then. Whatever. Always need an ugly baby to know what a pretty one looks like. That's true. That's true. That's definitely true. Because I'm not gonna lie. I have figured out things not to do. And sometimes I figured out things not to do from some of my favorite streamers. There are certain things that they've done, and I'm just like, it's just been, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go that route. And that's no condemnation to them, because who am I to talk? I'm just, I'm just the smallest minnow in the pond right now. What else? But yeah, so I'm probably going back, circling all the way back around. I'm going to be taking Monday off unless I gorilla, because I am planning to take the time to record any new audio things for that, for the edit, and go ahead and try to get the whole thing hammered out. If I can't get the whole thing hammered out in one day, then fine. But hopefully I can get it all hammered out in one sitting, without, driving myself nuts. Taking plenty of breaks, of course, because I don't want to, actually drive myself nuts. What else? And along those lines, too, that reminds me, I do need to get those covers I promised done. That's where I really feel like I've slipped down. I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about that again today, about the covers that were promised for memberships, and I want to make sure at least one of those is ready before membership anniversary, because we're getting close. It's in June. I think it's June, yeah. Smallest minnow in the pond, the SS Minnow. Welcome in, Daylin. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good Wednesday. And Zelda 2 is leading again. Wow, that's surprising. Okay. I mean, it's close, but okay. Hydration break real quick, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. But yeah, so just to be clear to everyone, this is something that I'm trying to devote full time to. It is something that I'm trying to treat with that level of seriousness. And it's something where I have the time, luckily, to treat it with that level of seriousness. So if you ever do feel, hey, you're slipping, Madamus, say something, please. Serious Gamer, I don't know about that. Oh, sorry, not sorry for voting Zelda 2. Don't apologize. Welcome in the Shy Siren. Welcome in. Chat, if you have not subscribed to the Shy Siren, be sure to do so. She does all sorts of amazing content, and she will be doing Elden Ring in a collab this coming Friday. So let's go. Oh, and since you made a post of it, I'll go ahead and say it. Happy anniversary to you and Seraphist Shy Siren. Wishing you both another great year of happiness. Thank you. I might be the reason for Zelda 2 winning. You too? Okay, that's fine. No worries. Hello, Shy Anniversary Ren. Indeed. Yeah. So yeah. At the risk of getting morose, just let me know if I'm slipping. Pretend that I am doing this as a full-time thing, and then tell me where I'm going wrong. If you ever want to, don't hesitate. I mean, unless you're gonna just type out a bunch of hateful, awful comments, then you should definitely hesitate. Then you probably should, cause then that'll probably break me. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Blah. So what else do we need to mention before we get into the thing about wait, yeah, Brago, where it went wrong? Nah. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Look at all these cool, look at all these great emotes. Oh, Prego test. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Man, my throat is rough. Last night's Bat and Kaitos went long. Oh, speaking of Bat and Kaitos, I am very confident Bat and Kaitos will be finished this coming Tuesday. So looking at the schedule next week, taking Monday off unless there's a gorilla. Tuesday, we will wipe out Bat and Kaitos. Wednesday might be the rest of this tier list. It might not. We'll see. Thursday will probably be, it'll depend. I don't know if it'll be more of the Scooby-Doo that we're doing this Thursday but it's supposed to never, no, it's not. Well, I know. Well, I can start the next one. No, I need a break from, no. I know. It feels weird once you get close to the end, because then it really is like, wow, I wasn't expecting it to stop. Not hateful or mean. I'll just type out the pragmata praise comments until your head starts spinning. I've seen so much praise for that. So much praise and so many, so many weirdos too trying to ruin it for everyone. Yeah. So next Thursday will be more of the continuation. Oh, well, I'll pull up the schedule for that. In fact, here, yeah, so tomorrow, Scooby-Doo Mystery. We're going to be starting on Sega Genesis, a point and click for Sega Genesis. It's actually 2 mysteries. There are 2 parts. So, well, same, seriously, you're not wrong. Yeah, Scooby-Doo Mystery, there's 2 parts, so I don't know if we'll do both in one stream or if we'll do one per stream. We'll find out. And then, Friday night, chat, we're doing a watch-along of Cherry 2000, which I've hyped over and over again. I've talked about that movie ad nauseum. So we're finally going to watch it. The link for the movie for a source is already in the chat. So if you are in another territory that may not have access to it, you got time to find one, but don't pay for it. Whatever you do, please don't go rent a copy or anything just for the stream. It's just a stream. It's just a stream. And so as for next week, yeah, Monday off, Tuesday, finish Bat and Kaitos. Wednesday, something yappy. I don't know if it'll be more of this tier list unless we finish it tonight. He says, looking at the clock. But it'll be something yappy. Thursday, something point and clicky. And next Friday, I don't know. I'm sort of tossing a few things back and forth. I don't want to do a Yap collab yet. I do need to set one up soon with our friend Neko, the Space Mage. I want to have her next. I want to do a Yap collab with her next. There are a number of people I'd love to do them with. She's one. I'd like to do one with Fumi at some point. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's tons of others too. Yeah, next Friday, I don't know. I'm kind of wondering about doing another Lego stream. But I don't usually do those on Fridays. And I'm kind of thinking Floppy Disk Friday, because we haven't done a Floppy Disk Friday in a hot minute. And I do have some floppy games I'm itching to try out, or itching to play. One I played years ago called Free DC. Not a great game, but I really am itching to play it again. But I am thinking about doing another Lego stream soon. I'm really thinking about doing another Lego stream. I need to find something cherry flavored. I'm thinking a cherry limeade or a single serving size cherry pie. That sounds delicious. Man, well, cherry limeade sounds delicious, really more so. But that's because I keep needing to hydrate. Anything else to mention before we get to the tier list? Before we go from yapping to more yapping. Oh, I think that's all it is sometimes. Let me find where's this place I usually do for the browse. There it is. Not enough yap, bless. Oh, there it is. Okay, I want to move it up. So I've started, like every time, and I forgot tonight, I've started reorganizing my, my scenes, as they're called on OBS, for every stream. And that's really so I have quick access to the Yeet video anymore. So I don't have to scroll up to find it. Yeah. Where is that, in fact? There we go. There's band is turned on. Okay. There. Yeah, I think that's fixed. Not enough yap. Agreed. General City Heat merits the limeade. I can't imagine. But you've been getting some rain at least. I'm hoping we get rain where I'm at. It was so cloudy today, like it was going to rain. Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just dry. I hate it. I really, I want a good rainy season. For everyone, except for people who deal with flooding. People who deal with flooding, I'm always thinking, you know, I don't want you to have to deal with the rain. I want you to be okay. But I want the rain for me. Anything else to mention? Oh, I was also leaning towards, I don't know if it belongs on Wednesday or Friday stream. I'm thinking about doing an unboxing stream like we were talking about the other day. Maybe I'll do that next week. And I know I had said about going back to the Retron 5 with the other firmware. I haven't done it yet. I haven't installed the new firmware. I gotta admit, I'm kind of scared. What's he scared of? Why would Madness be scared of that? Well, I'll tell you. I'm afraid that it's going to break the system. And I know that happens sometimes with these. That's what it is. It's my looking down. Oh, that is what it is. When I look down and I squint my eyes even slightly, that's what's been happening with Bat and Kaitos. Yo, let me see if I can fix this right now in VC Face. Settings. General settings. Where's the look down strength? There's a thing here. Maybe I can move everything back. Okay, here, let me try this. Okay, maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer. Look down, look down, look down. Don't look him in the eye. Grindos was the answer all along. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Yep, that's it. Yep, there we go. It's fixed. Okay, if I squint, it's still doing it, but not as well. It still is. Les Miserables song. I knew I'd heard it somewhere. I recognized those lyrics. You know, I've never watched Les Miserables. I've heard plenty of songs from it. I've never actually watched it. Okay, and they're the oh no, my model froze. Why did my model freeze? I'm gonna have to change this camera back to where it was. But the point is, the look down like that is okay. Yeah, okay. Later on tonight, chat, after stream, obviously, I'm moving the camera back. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. That means I went through all this, all the headache of setting up this worm gooseneck thing for no reason. Ah, what can you do? What can you do? Wait, why are we freezing? Oh, the model freezing. Gotcha. Gotcha. You know what? Hydration break real quick. And while we do that, hydrate or dihydrate, we are going to door transition. But I do mean that. Anyone who's here in stream, if you ever, Omegs, Luciano, Daylin, Twin Opinion too, if you're able to, if you ever want to comment or, and Shy Siren, obviously Shy Siren, if you ever want to comment, tell me something that you think I'd be better doing differently or something I need to work on, please feel free to do so. I really do trust y'all. I trust my audience. Unless it's like saying you need to do foot cams. If the answer is you should be doing feet cams, then no. No. My model froze again. What the deuce? All right. Hold on here. Okay. Show tracking points. Yeah, it's locked. It's locked. Okay, there. Huh. That was weird. I just had to shake it. Okay. I don't know what's going on ever since I changed this. This was a mistake. This was a Mitsaki. So true feet win. No! Feet cams. No! Winolo Tanola. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. It's time to make the big dollars, man. Oh, Megs, I got like the Hobbit feet going on. You don't want that. No one wants that. No one wants the Hobbit feet. They're not really like Hobbit feet, but you know. They're not like the pretty streamer feet. No, Megs. Hydration is my biggest suggestion and one I promote everywhere. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And yeah, once again, chat, I am going to try what? Welcome in, Jennifer. Welcome in. What wonderful timing. Oh, what wonderful timing. You know what? It goes for you to well, not the feet thing. That was weird. No, what I was saying to chat goes for you as well, Jennifer. I trust you. You've been one of my earliest supporters. If there's ever anything, pretend I treat this as a full-time job, which I do. I do treat this as a full-time thing. If there's ever anything you think I need to work on or devote more time to, be it to doing more shorts, more video content, more covers, or anything like that, please feel free to let me know. If there's something you see me slipping, that goes for anyone in chat, and there's something you think I need to work on, you know, I trust you're the viewers, and I trust you. Yeah, Wordsmith, I'm not a foot enjoyer. Jennifer, thank you. Neither am I. Like, legit, neither am I. I see these people doing it, and I genuinely don't understand. Now, kudos to them, okay? If there is someone out there who, like Omegs said, can make big bucks with it, knowing you know what the pretty streamer feed is makes this so much better. I know a few people who post them to Twitter, and I think one of them has a specific account for it now, and I don't have that account. I think they switched accounts. I need to find out. But not for that. Oh God, this is getting worse. This is getting worse. Okay, chat. I am not into feet, and my monitor locked again. I mean, my camera locked again. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm not a foot guy either. I'm not a foot guy either. Sure, I can appreciate pretty feet, I guess, when people post the thing, but I don't get it. I don't get the foot thing. I will never understand the foot thing. If you're someone who that's your deal, you think feet are awesome, great. Have fun. I joke about feet, but realistically, I don't enjoy the person. Yeah, I don't get it. No. Like, yeah, no. Oh my. My feet probably even look hobbled because I stubbed my toes so much. I am such a klutz. You know, there is nothing like the. I'm surprised I still have any small toes because of the amount of times that I bash them into like the metal legs on a bed frame. That has happened to me so much, and it's like once it hits, I always feel like, did my toe fall off? Am I going to find a pool of blood beneath me? Ruka, welcome in, all the best. Have a great day. You as well. Thank you for stopping by, as always. And chat, there is the link. Be sure to check out Ruka's channel, you know, just like it says there. There's the link. Do it. It locked up again. This camera. All right. Okay. All right. Something weird's about to happen probably because I'm going to try to unhook this right now. I am going to try to unhook this camera right now and move it back to where it was, and I hope I don't. Yes, happy recent birthday as well. Okay, I'm trying to get this back. Professor Lithium, welcome in. 12th vote, 50-50 poll. No more 50-50. Why does everyone want it to be tied? Okay. All right. I'm moving this gooseneck out of the way. Okay. I'm setting this on top of one. I can't get it open. All right. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Oh, the lady in the chat. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't even notice it. Where is it? Where is she? Dancer. There she is. Wednesday. And now she will just fade away. There we go. The lady is here to stay. She insists on coming. I didn't even invite her. She just shows up. She really likes my streams. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. You're not seeing what I'm doing. I'm trying to put my webcam back on my monitor. I'm pushing my monitors back together because I had a gooseneck in between because I'd had so many issues with my eyes closing. I was trying to move my webcam like right against my face, and that was a bad idea. Hey, Madamus, why don't you use an iPhone? Well, I'm glad you asked. I don't have an iPhone. But seriously, there's the one thing I need to do as a streamer is apparently get an iPhone, because that's what like every so many VTubers use, because it's got the best facial tracking. Okay, okay, and down. Okay. My blinking looks normal. Squinting still is weird. I'm looking at this monitor. Let me move it over. It still needs to be closer. There's something, it's still... It's still, anytime I slightly squint, anytime I just barely squint, like just slightly, it just closes them fully. Hold on, let me check the settings here. Okay, my gaze strength is fine. Blink sensitivity is all the way down. Let me turn it up, maybe. No, that's worse. Blink smoothing, let me crank that. No, that's worse. Let me turn it down. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's turned down the blink smoothing. No, it's still doing weird. I don't know what the heck this is, what it's about. What about focal length? Oh, God! That's creepy. Huh. Nope. Gaze strength is normal. Turn it off. And we'll turn it back up. Just a moment, chat. Eyebrow sensitivity. Limp to mouth sensitivity is normal. Arm angle, we don't mess with. We don't mess with the tracking loss timeout, tracking loss transition. I see. Export, you will never be shown. Okay, that's interesting. All right. While looking down, blinks less sensitive. No auto blink. Link eye blinks. I always like those things. Sorry, chat. Just a moment. All right, we're just going to go normal. I'm just going to have to find some way to make sure my eyes don't ever... That was a 10 out of 10 angle. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I should... I got to find some way to integrate that. See, that's... Yeah, even now, my eyes are open, and yet it says they're closed. I hate it. I got to figure it out. Maybe Warudo would work better. I wonder. Let me see here. What am I missing? She's having fun now. I kind of want to dance. Hearing the song too, so I don't complain. Fair enough. 10 out of 10 angle. YouTube Shorts all the way. Oh, the thing that just happened? I don't know. I don't know if it would work that way. I don't know if it would work for a short, really. But at least I know what that button does for the face angle, yeah. Yeah, see, like right now my eyes are open and... Okay. If I look down, it's better. Alright. I'm just gonna have to go bug-eyed tonight. I'm just gonna have to make sure my eyes stay open. And I wish I could turn on... I wish I could just turn off the blink. I don't know. I'll have to work on it. Actually, here. I want to check one last thing with it real quick. Sorry, chat. Sorry for all this. Settings, let's see. Light settings, no, that's for ambient light. Expression settings, no, that enable eye blinking. Well, I can completely turn off that, but that doesn't help. Yeah, I don't want it to be completely turned off because then that's just weird. Okay, that doesn't help. Fine. Let me go all the way down here. Sorry again. Sorry. Just give me a moment, chat. Give me a moment. Yeah, I was hoping the reset would do that, but no. Okay, fake gaze is normal. Okay. Prevent vertical head movement. No, I don't want that. Landscape mode. No, I don't want that. Enable VRM bone spring wind. No, I don't know what that is. Expression detection. No, because that went very badly. VSync. No, that doesn't help. But it might give me a better, No. I'm gonna leave that on still. The microphone's normal. Enable virtual camera. No, I don't need that. ArcKit tracking receiver. So it does have a... That's interesting. It does have the iPhone tracking with this. So if I ever... ArcKit. I wonder... You know what? That's something for me to look into, chat. I wonder what ArcKit is. Is there enough lighting in the room? Yeah, I've got a ring light that's like pointed straight at me. In fact, I'm going to tweak it a little. It doesn't seem to have this problem when I put the camera... you know what? I'm going to try... But now that you mention that, I'm going to try something. I'm going to turn off my main light in here. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's almost like the lighting's too good. It just, or the webcam, I don't know. It's almost like it's too good. It's picking up my eyes so that whenever I squint, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'd be better with glasses. I don't want to wear glasses while I do this if I don't have to. Maybe karaoke and saying something memeable or something. Oh, with the face angle. Yeah, there's something I could do with that. Something at some point. It's time to enjoy the precious stuff. No! It's weird when people are completely turned off, for sure, especially at a singles mixer. Wait, what? It's iPhone. I wonder what ArcKit is. I wonder what let me look that up real quick. I just want to see what this is, chat. I'm sorry. ArcKit. Camera, I don't know how it was spelled. Oh, it's Apple also. AR camera. I wonder if I can, I'm gonna have to do some research, chat. I wonder if I can, saturation, again, a wide variety of other possibilities. Well, the thing is, I can't adjust the camera at all. I had to, so the camera, I had to completely delete and disable all of its official drivers because it, but that's a good idea, Daylin. Let me check that real quick. Let me go to device manager. Just ignore the man behind the curtain. Camera. HD. Properties. That won't let me adjust it. Here, let me, webcam. That's about camera app. No, I don't want the app. I don't think. Settings? No. Why would you? Camera settings. No, that's not working. Madamus, you said something like it's weird when turned off. So, okay. I knew I had to have said something. I just couldn't remember what I said. Sorry, we'll get into the tier list momentarily. I'm just trying to figure out why this is happening with this camera. Maybe I can adjust it later. Yeah, the problem is you can't adjust the camera. I can't adjust any of its settings. It doesn't seem. And the problem is it reads me too good. I need it to be a little bit closer, maybe. I'm going to have to do the gooseneck like I was doing earlier. I'm just going to have to, we'll go over there. No, it won't fit over there. I was going to say if I could put it on that end of the desk. I wonder, could I put it here? No, then it would be, oh God, that's awful. Just a sec. Let me see, can I go back there? No, that won't work. I'll figure out. Technical difficulties is VTuber life. Yeah, and this is something I should have fixed a long time ago. It seems like it's gotten worse now. I don't know why. It just is super sensitive to my blinks, where I just start to close my eyes and, yeah, well, in this case, it's a webcam cam holder, but I haven't been using it. I've had the thing. I've never really used it. I set it up today, and it just didn't. Front of the desk. I wonder. Adapter or dock, hardwired to a phone or something like that. That's what I'm wondering, Daylin. I'm going to have to look up and see if I could do it with Android. I wonder if everyone always does their motion capture with iPhone. I wonder if I could do it with Android. I'll have to look into that. Hydration break real quick. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. We're going to go ahead and get into the thing. Something else for me to work on. Yay! Oh, wow. Phantasy Star is winning? It just keeps going back and forth. Oh, Meg's out here creating like 50 alt accounts just to make sure Phantasy Star wins. Ooh, excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Okay. All right, let me switch the mousey mouse over, chat. Maybe the answer is for... That's so true. Maybe the answer is for me just to not ever squint. I love the PSO2 game. PSO2, let me look that up. PSO2, what is PSO2? Look that up. Oh, Phantasy Star Online. Oh, okay. Okay. I had to think PSO2. Okay, Phantasy Star Online. I haven't played any of the online ones. Okay. I know they had some of the online ones for GameCube, too. You know, it's another one of those things. If I could go back in time, I would have made a point to pick that up. VTubers have previously accomplished Android, but at that time it was through proxy. Maybe now it's directly, but no promises. Yeah, and I'm wondering, maybe an app like Warudo. I need to start messing with Warudo. Just about every single VTuber who uses 3D models seems to use Warudo. I tried Warudo. It did not like me, or it didn't like my webcam, and it was just freaking out. Which would have made for a great stream, but not long term. So yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'd like to keep using VC Face until I get a 2D model. That's another thing I'm going to say too. The more I think about this, the more I think about applying for Ever Corpos and stuff, the more I think maybe I do need to really start seriously looking at 2D models. We'll see. We'll see. VTubers are previous. Okay, saw that. Disclaimer of I'm not a VTuber, but semi-attempt attack. No, I got you. Okay, let me switch the mouse back over. All right, chat. So this is where we were last time. I'm not going to read everything, but in S tier, we had Dracula, Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, Dr. Mario, Dragon Warrior 3, Dragon Warrior 4, DuckTales, Kirby's Adventure, Mega Man 2, and Ninja Gaiden 2, which that one I was tempted to put as A, but I do think it's an S tier game. It's just, I don't know if it's my favorite. That I might eventually move. And then at the bottom, chat, in the F tier, we had Rocky and Bullwinkle. We had Barbie, Bible Adventures, Bill and Ted's excellent video game adventure because it's broken. If it wasn't broken, it'd be probably C or maybe even B. At least it's good to look into hardware and software, built-in and connected, wired wirelessly. Yeah, and everything right now, I'm using a webcam that was recommended when you start looking into the how do I become a VTuber, and everything says, oh, use iPhone or, Logitech camera, but I don't know. Maybe there's a better camera. I should look into that too. Conan, which is, I want to be good, and it's not. And it's not really Conan. It was a different game. They retitled it. And I don't even think they really reskinned it. Defenders of Dynatron City, which I just think sucks. Dragon's Lair. I love Dragon's Lair, but not the NES version. Exodus. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the Ubisoft version. Joshua, Battle of Jericho, Karate Champ, Kid Cool, and the Quest for the 7 Herbs. Should have played that on 420 Day. King of Kings, the early years. Loops, which is like Pipe Dream, but not fun. Mad Max, Major League Baseball, Master Chew and the Drunkard Who, which I keep wondering, was that fair? Yeah, it's fair enough. Mystery Quest, NES Play Action Football Overlord, and Power Punch 2, starring not Mike Tyson. There's always next year. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to start looking into it, though, because this blinking thing's really bugging me. And there's one that we need to move before we do anything else, chat. There's a correction we need to make. In the A tier, I had King's Quest V. So here's the 411. I love King's Quest V. I really do. I think it's a great game. But after revisiting on stream just last week, on last Thursday, King's Quest V, the NES port is just not good. It's so hard when you love a game and a port is just not good. I don't want to move it down too low because it's still fun. It's just not as good as it could be. I'm moving it down to B. I should put it in C, but I can't bring myself to do it because I love King's Quest V. Where's Maniac Mansion? It's an A tier. That could almost be S tier on NES. Ninja Gaiden 2, I should move down. I'm going to think about that later. Oh, let's get into the new ones. All right, we're in the letter Q. So we've got all the Q's, the R's, the S's, which there's a lot, the T's, which there are a lot, and then everything else. Maybe we could get through it tonight. We'll see. What time is it? Oh, God. Yeah, we're not getting through it tonight, probably. All right, first things first. Kicks. Let me open this up. Ignore the fetish.com. It was for the first stream. I say that every time. I should just remove it, and then I wouldn't have to worry about this, would I? Let me see. So for those of you who have not played Kicks, Kicks is an arcade game. Originally came out in 1981. This is the Atari XEGS cover right there. That's the version, which I do have that, the Atari XEGS version. Kicks does not. Got some interesting favorites there. No, it was for the stream, I swear. The NES version of Kicks is not impressive. It's a good game that is, it falls into that classic arcade category. Good game that's not impressive. So here's what it looks like. The way the game works is this is your enemy and it bounces around the playfield. There are these sparks like these that run around the playfield. If they hit you, you die. If this hits you, you die. Your goal is to draw lines and cover up this floor. And you cover up more and more of the floor until it's counted as clearing. Like this, it says, I don't know what it means. Level 1, threshold is 65. 29% of it has been covered. So we've got to get to 65 to beat the level. Double the lasers and pass it to the next. Welcome in, Greg Johnson. Welcome in. Sure. And next, you're gonna tell me Kicks is a cereal. Fair. Well, this has, you know, it's funny that you mentioned lasers, Greg Johnson, because this is by Taito, and Taito arcade-wise, they have never really they did a lot of variants on this. They released, one of them's called Volfeed. I think Volfeed is probably the most famous one outside of Kicks, and that's where they added like spaceship motifs, and I think you did have lasers and stuff in addition to covering the floor. But they've done a lot of variations to this over the years, and this is the NES version, and this does not show off the NES hardware at all. I'ma fire my laser. Pew! If it ain't broke, don't innovate. Now, it's sad, though, Greg, because there are arcade versions where they did make it much better. There are a ton of sequels to this. In fact, hold on, before we do anything, how does the Atari 8-bit version compare? So this is the version on the Atari XEGS versus the NES one, which we just saw. I don't know which I like better, actually. I don't like the colors on this one. But no, let me see if I can find the arcade versions, because there were innovations. They did. You're right, though, on the if it ain't broke, don't innovate. That seems to have been the attitude. Oh, I went the wrong way. Come on, one more back. Conversion, see also Kicks on the VIC-20. No, Kicks series. Oh boy, there's some that are marked as adult. Let's see, Kicks on... Oh my gosh, there's Battle Kicks on PlayStation. Oh, but there's no screenshots, I can't show you. Super Kicks in arcades. Here you go. Super Kicks in arcade. Yeah, what they will be, Greg Johnson, is usually the more space you cover, it gradually uncovers a hentai schmentai image. But here's Super Kicks in arcades. That's a lot better. I mean, that just looks a lot more fun. OMG, no way. Yeah, and they still make things like that, Greg Johnson. You can find unofficial Kicks clones that do that. I do not have any of them, chat. I'm just saying they're there. Oh, well, we actually played one. Oh my gosh, we played one. And I don't remember the name of it. We played something along those lines. But we did it for the Full Moon Full Goon. But we did the Safe for Work version. I can't remember the name of it, but we did one. The Safe for Work version. But yeah, so there are innovations that are pretty cool on this. They're pretty nice. And I think it said there's a TurboGrafx one. I remember tentacles. Yeah, I kind of remember there being some tentacle schmenicals too. I kind of remember that. Oh, Volfeed is considered a sequel. Okay, so Volfeed is considered a sequel. And Volfeed... See, Volfeed is pretty darn good, and there's power-ups and everything. And they've changed it where now you are a spaceship doing all this stuff. But that doesn't have anything to do with our tier list, does it? No. So here's the thing on Kicks. Kicks is a fun game, but Kicks is so limited. I'm putting in the same category as all. And Lizardmen, yes. In fact, there's a short. There is a short I did talking about the Lizardmen, the lore of the Lizardmen, where he like a little kid like ate an action figure and defecated it out, and it became the king of the Lizardmen or something like that. I don't get it. The Amiga. Yeah, there is an Amiga version of it too, and of Kicks. Well, no, there's a Kicks on Amiga. I'm putting it right here in C category. To me, it's a lot of these old arcade games, Donkey Kong, Dig Dug, etc. If they would have innovated this, it's a good game regardless. If they would have innovated this, I could put it up there, B tier, A tier, but no innovation. It's Quattro time. Alien Breed's OST rules. I've never heard the OST for it. I need to check out. I do know that Alien Breed, the Amiga version, if you want to, dare I say it, emulate it, the Amiga version of Alien Breed has been, it's not Creative Commons, so it's not free to distribute, but it has been released as freeware. I love this on Game Boy. Is Kicks good on Game Boy? Let me pull it up again. I didn't pay attention to the Game Boy one. Oh my gosh. All right, fine. I'm just going to go back. Is my internet dead? No. Okay. Best Amiga game was Preview Channel Guide. Oh, nice. Never mind. That was way behind on Kick. No, you're okay. Let me pull that up. I'm curious. Game Boy Color had Kicks Adventure. And regular Kicks may have been on it. Let's see. Screenshots. Yeah, no, you're right. Well, there you go. Kicks on Game Boy actually has some really... Okay, it's got some really cool cutscenes. There is Mexican Mario. And African Mario. And Spanish Mario. and Indian Mario, and Chinese Mario. I don't know what to say about this, but can we get these all to be like canon in a game? Can we have a game, please, where we get to pick all of these different cultural... Can we just have like Super Mario and Luigi and cultural appropriation or something like that? Or Mario and Luigi battle Bowser around the world? We need... yes, we need the ethnic Mario. We need the super ethnic Mario brothers. Yes! Please! English Mario. I would pay money to play that. I'll buy a Switch. You win. You win, Nintendo. You want me to buy a Switch too? You know what to do. You know what to do. Because it's going to be such a great meme. It's going to be the best meme game ever. And now I really want the Game Boy version, though. I really want the Game Boy version. Remember what happened with Brazil, Miku Hatsune? Yeah, we need Brazilian Mario. Yep. The Brazilian Hatsune Miku, yep. Oh, well, I mean, if we get all the different versions of Mario, then we get all the different versions of Peach, too. And Luigi, and... just make this happen. Yeah, Game Boy version looks pretty good, chat. And Kicks Adventure on Game Boy Color. I just want to see this. Oh, okay. It's got like message. It's got the most bizarre pink Pokemon ever. Senora Peach. Yes. This is pretty cool looking. All right. Man, you mentioned something, Twin, and now I'm thinking I gotta go look on eBay. It's just what I need. Super Alabama Mario and Luigi Mario. Alabama Mario. I'm Alabama Mario and Luigi Mario. It's his name, Mario. His last name, Mario. He's Mario, I'm Luigi. Luigi Mario. I love the 90s Mario movie. I love the 90s Mario movie for that alone. For Mario being a first name, last name thing. I had forgotten that. Oh my gosh. Let's see the CGI movie do that. Did they do that? Did they? If they did, that just won me massively. I will always defend that ridiculous movie. Oh, it is ridiculous. Said it before, I'll say it again. It is as if a child, it's as if as a father worked for a film company, bought the rights to this thing, asked his kid what it was about. His kid tried to explain the game without ever showing it to him. And that's the way he interpreted the story. Or a kid's mom. Mom or dad. I didn't mean to, yeah, whatever. Big Bertha love, indeed. Yeah, that's, yeah. Oh, and there's this thing called Yoshi. All right, put a little dinosaur in it. The only thing from Super Mario World is the little Yoshi. Nothing else. It's even got Super Mario 2 references, y'all. It's got the bombs. It's got Shy Guys. In like the dump outside of town or something. Or no, not Shy Guys or Sniffits, one of the two. Okay, where was I? Quattro. Chat, I'm about... Oops, I bumped the mic. Sorry about that. I'm about to tell you about a game. It's on the Aladdin also, a cartridge that's on the Aladdin deck enhancer and is on the NES that a lot of people condemn as being shovelware. This is not shovelware at all, in Madamus's opinion. And this is going to be very worth your time. I'm not saying S tier, but I am a defender of this. I am a defender of this game. This is from Camerica, so it's an unlicensed game. This is Quattro Adventure, and it is 4 games in 1 cartridge. Boomerang Kid, Super Robin Hood, Treasure Island Dizzy, yes, another Dizzy game, and Linus Spacehead, which would later be the character in Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade. She may be a cheap, but she doesn't skimp on the dough. Oh my gosh. Was she supposed to be a cheap? If so, I didn't even get that connection. Well, let's find some screenshots. If it'll let me do screenshots. Oh, Moby Games, why are you like this? Okay. So just to show you a few shots of some of the games. If it will load. Man, Moby Games gets weird sometimes. Moby Games gets weird. And while I'm waiting for it to load, chat, thank you again for watching tonight. Lurkers, active viewers, VOD watchers, appreciate you all, as always. Reminder, tomorrow night we'll be doing Scooby-Doo Mystery. Oh my gosh, that took forever. We'll be doing Scooby-Doo Mystery. And then on Friday, we will be doing a watch-along of Cherry 2000. Linus Spacehead, which has really good music. Oh my gosh. Really? I feel like I need to check my internet connection. Why are you like this, Moby Games? Is it because they want me to pay? Am I supposed to register now? Is that what this is about? Hachi Machi. I'm about to just refresh. I'm about to refresh. I'm going to refresh this, and that's probably... In fact, you know what? I'm going to close it. And I'm going to reopen it. There. Moby Games. And it won't even open the site. Am I still online? Okay, I'm still online. Maybe another site has... Okay, Google Images. There, we'll just do it that way. Quattro. Super online. Yeah, I don't know what... Moby Games has gotten really bad. So I love Atari. Moby Games has gotten really bad since Atari bought it. I think Moby Games is purposely throttling people who aren't paying for it. I think they are purposely throttling bandwidth for normal users. Big Cheap Cheeps, originally known as Boss Basses and Big Berthas, and later as Mega Cheap Cheeps, are large Cheap Cheeps. Really? Okay, interesting. I didn't realize that. All right, let's try it again. Nope, it's just going slow. All right, Quattro Adventure. Okay, it was right there.
You know me?
Ah!
Of course you do. That's because I'm famous.
Thank you for subscribing, Anonymous. Huh. Thank you for subscribing, Anonymous. Hope and Abi Moji.
You know me?
Wow.
Of course you do.
Wait, what's going on?
That's because I'm famous.
We got a bunch of subscribes all coming in. Okay. Thank you for subscribing, Anonymous. Thank you for subscribing.
You know me?
Ah!
Of course you do. That's because I'm famous.
Thank you for subscribing, Anonymous. Thank you for subscribing. I don't know how your name translates, but thank you. Thank you for subscribing, Angela, Megan, Roma Sante.
Of course you do.
Thank you for subscribing, Abi Moji. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If y'all are watching live, thank you for watching live. If you came from the shorts, that's a lot at one time from the shorts. That's a lot at one time just here. If you're one person with a bunch of alts, please don't do anything to make me do the Yeet City. I don't want to go through it again. But thank you so much for subscribing. That big fish trying to swallow you in SMB World 3 or 4. Seriously, Omegs, that's what I thought. Yeah, Twin Opinion, Omegs, that's what I thought when they first came in. When they first came in, it was like, y'all know what to do now. That was my first thought. Like, legit was, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. As long as each one of them doesn't start typing a single letter to spell a certain word, that you know what they do. Y'all know. Y'all know. Need all the new nerds to click Fantasy Star. They might be coming from shorts, so Megs. Unless they are your alts. In which case, I mean, if you're no. Oh, where was I? Okay. Yeah, screenshots. Screenshots. Okay. So, message retracted. It's okay. So, Linus Space said, I know you wouldn't do it, Greg. But I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, the other day we had someone wanting to play a certain game, asking if we'd ever played someone who had been here for like 2 streams and waited 2 streams. Yeah, almost gave me a heart attack. Man, it's so easy now. I mean, we did have someone 2 streams ago who had been here for like almost a week, and they waited until a week was out to finally ask if any of us had ever played a certain game of roulette. And at that point, it was just, well, bye. Yeah. That's the type that, like, legit, that's the type of thing that will get you in trouble with YouTube. You know, this is why does everyone ever say unalive in Minecraft? There's a reason so many streamers say in Minecraft on anything. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, where was I? With original spinner equipment at that. Yes, indeed. Yes. With the turntable adapter. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so one of the games on... Okay, Quattro Adventure. Got to get back to the game. Quattro Adventure is a set of 4 games from Codemasters and Camerica. It's an unlicensed cartridge. It includes Linus Spacehead, which is a platformer. And it's a platformer that has kind of floaty, slick shoe controls. It's a brutal platformer. And the height that you jump is super low. Like you can only jump to the height of that candy bar right there. So it is hard. It is a tough game. Then you got Super Robin Hood. This is probably the all-star of this cartridge, and it's the one which you wouldn't expect to be the all-star. Because you see a name like Super Robin Hood and it's like, meh. No. It is a good platformer with a bit of exploration, a bit of key collecting, exploration. It's kind of weird that he's got the wonky smile on his face the whole time, but leaving aside the character design, this one plays really, really well, and it's got good music too. The music was good on Linus Spacehead. Music's great on this one too. And now it's not gonna let, oh, there we go. Yeah, there's a lot of dead ends and stuff in this one. It's just, this is just a really, this is a game that shouldn't be great. Then you've got Boomerang Kid. Boomerang Kid is the unfortunate one in this group. So Boomerang Kid, chat, is a single screen platformer, like Donkey Kong or like Bubble Bobble. It is that type of a game, and it's got a real arcadey feel. It is a good game, but the music is ear-grating. The music on this on this game will make you want to, you know, take an ice pick to your ears. I don't know if you could turn it off either. And the goal for the beginning of it, for the early stages, is to collect. It's not even throwing a boomerang. You gotta collect the boomerangs. Is it like that one egg game? Well, it's the same company, Greg Johnson. Same company. And speaking of which, if it's coming up next, it isn't. Bubble Bobble, indeed. And this has a good, it's going to the exit is the goal. The goal is collect the boomerang, get to the exit, and it's timed. Each level is timed, so it is difficult. Actually, you know, the best comparison would be Donkey Kong on Game Boy. The Game Boy version of Donkey Kong. And then we get to, speaking of the egg game, then we get to Treasure Island Dizzy. This is another one of the Dizzy games, the egg. The egg, the Prince of Yolkfolk. And it's the same type of thing, picking up items, using them. The inventory system on this one is really kind of wonky. And as a result, it will kill you. It will kill your character easily. You cannot go into the water like 1 foot without having a snorkel. And in the process of cycling your inventory, you might accidentally throw your snorkel away. So it takes some item management planning. I've never gotten all the way through it. I would like to play it sometime. Treasure Island. I wonder if Las Vegas still has that hotel. I don't know. Treasure Island Dizzy, by the way. The Commodore 64 version, as far as I know, has been released as freeware. So if you want to play this on PC, you could get a Commodore 64 version for free and play it through a C64 emulator legally. But this is like a lower... This came out before Fantastic Adventure of Dizzy or Dizzy the Adventurer. So the graphics don't have as much sparkle. The game doesn't have as much polish. But it's a good... It's not... The point is it's not shovelware. The over-under on this, the overall point, chat, is that so many people say Quattro Adventure is shovelware. Quattro Adventure is not a shovelware cartridge. It is a good cartridge, and in my opinion, if you are just starting to collect for the NES, and your hardware is fully compatible, because this does run into issues on like the Retron 5. If you are just starting to collect for NES and you want something right out of the gate that isn't super expensive, you pick up Quattro Adventure. It's worth it, and it's got a good price. I am going to put Quattro Adventure all the way up in, for me personally, I'm putting in A tier. And I'm putting in the A tier because I do think it's a good value for money. I think it is good value for money. That brings us to the next in the Quattro series. I'm going to skip over this one, and we're going to do Quattro Sports. Quattro Sports. Sorry, I keep bumping the mic. Maybe I could work that out too. I gotta change something. What I keep bumping is my mic cable that is slightly hanging below the arm of my low profile boom. I need to work on that. Quattro Sports. Quattro Sports is more like shovelware, chat. Quattro Sports is a bit more like a shovelware game. It's fine, but it's not great. You've got Baseball Pros, which is a very mediocre baseball game. Oh, there you go. Canada right out of the gate. Toronto Maples. Hydration break for all of our Canadian viewers right now. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. That was weird. Cheer. I should have said cheers, not hydration break. Man, oh man, I already got open the next one. Here is your AMSR. Here is your ASMR for the night, chat. You're welcome. 8-Core formed a franchise agreement with Treasure Island. If 8-Core sounds familiar, it's likely because they temporarily owned Motel 6. Oh, temporarily, so they forgot to leave the light on for me? That was an awful joke. If you got a drink, I'm going to take another drink. So, you know, chug. Yeah, still around. Inami, welcome in, welcome in. Name. How are you this evening? Hi, Matt. Hope you have a nice day. You as well. Thank you for stopping by to say hi. We are just doing some more NES tier list. Right now, we're talking about a cartridge that is a multi-game cartridge on NES. Illegal but unlicensed, called Quattro Sports. And it kind of is shovelware. You got Baseball Pros, which is we have bases loaded at home. It just doesn't control that. Doing well? Good. Glad to hear it. It looks fine. Visually, this game looks fine. It does. It looks good. It's Codemasters, Camerica. They always had good-looking cartridges. Always. I can't think of anything that didn't look great, but it doesn't control well. And there's a bug on the Aladdin version where it forces you to play the 10th inning whether you're tied or not. 8-bit baseball games are all the same to me. I can never tell them apart. From what I have heard, twin opinion, the NES versions of, which I would love to get, of SNK's Baseball Stars and Baseball Stars 2 are worth your time. I really want to pick both of those up. I'm usually not into them, but I know Baseball Stars 2 is killer on Neo Geo. I kind of want to play the NES version. Yeah, NES playing Neo Geo, that's going to go well. But no, I agree. It really, twin opinion, it all comes down to control. It all comes down to control. The bases loaded games had good control. From what I understand, RBI baseball games did. I had bases loaded 4. I wish that wouldn't have gotten lost in the move, in that one move, because bases loaded 4 is pricey. And that's the reason I don't count my other bases loaded games. I kind of pulled them from my library until I could get number 4 again, because it feels awful losing a sequel like that. If that makes sense, probably doesn't. Okay, then we got BMX Simulator. Excuse me. Which, it says it's 3 players. I don't think it actually is. Unless this does use the 4-player adapter. This is basically plays like Super Sprint. Yeah, bases loaded 4 is the one I don't have. Yeah, and I had it! Ah! And now it's pricey. It is so pricey. This is basically Super Sprint, off-road, whatever, except they've replaced the trucks and cars with motorbikes. It's fine. It's just we have Super Sprint and whatnot at home. I don't have Super Sprint on NES either. That's one I'd love to pick up of the Tengen games. It looks fine. It does the job. It's probably cool if you're playing with friends. But otherwise, it's, you know, just kind of generic. Single screen, top-down racing. Then you got Soccer Simulator, which is a really generic soccer game. There's no way around. There's no way around it. This is just a really generic soccer game, which is amazing because Codemasters is out of the UK. Codemasters, the Oliver twins, etc., they were a British company. So I would expect a generic soccer game from an American company more than I would from the rest of the world. And I would have expected this to be one of their better looking games too. And then you got Pro Tennis Simulator. Love the menu. I do love the title screen art. And the character select. I do like that. This is very much like Micro Machines. But it is just kind of a generic, not the greatest tennis game once you get into it. It's just, yeah, meh. So Quattro Sports, in my opinion... Oh, wrong one. Oh, darn it. Did it go back down? I gotta reopen that. Hold on, I screwed up. All right, hold on. I gotta reload all these. Darn it. So Nick Gamer, welcome in. Hope you are having a good Wednesday or Thursday, depending on your time zone. We are doing more of the NES tier list. In other words, I'm just yapping a lot. And I accidentally cleared out my stuff, so I gotta reopen it real quick. There we go. But welcome in. So Quattro Sports Chat, I'm gonna give it a... It is not great. I'm giving it a C. And the reason I'm giving it a C is the saving grace is value for money. the value for money of 4 games in one. And this, again, chat, is a really cheap game. If you're collecting on NES and you want some sort of sports games and you don't want to pay much, Quattro Sports is worthwhile. And now we come to the last Quattro, which is a recent acquisition for me. And this comes at the end of Comerica's life cycle. The Aladdin was already out. This should have been on the Aladdin. In fact, more than it should have been on the Aladdin, a lot of this is a weird situation. Quattro Arcade, and I don't have any pictures of the cover there. Let me see if I can find one. Images. Because y'all need to see it. Quattro Arcades, why is that listed on GOG? Okay, whatever. Let me find a bigger one. That's not it. Okay, IGN. That's a cropped one. I don't want a cropped one. Is that big enough? No. Oh, okay. I'm just going to open this one up here. Or whatever. Open image in new tab. There we go. So Quattro Arcade, chat, is F-16 Renegade, which you could... This is already a bad sign. It's like a little kid. It's like Anakin Skywalker, Episode 1. It's a little kid piloting an F-16. I look at that cover art and it's just, nope. Immediately. CJ's Elephant Antics, Go Dizzy Go, and Stunt Buggies. Now, the thing about these games, chat, I could be wrong. I believe every single one of these was announced for the Aladdin Deck Enhancer individually. This one's about half shovelware. Or actually, I'm going to say it's a quarter shovelware, and I think you know which chat, I think you have a good guess as to which quarter of this Quattro is the shovelware. The true shovelware. But yeah, they were all announced individually for the Aladdin. Never were released. Somehow this cartridge exists. And I've got a copy, and I don't know why, but my label is really kind of messed up on it. First of all, and I should do this one on stream. I haven't spent enough time with it. First of all, you've got CJ's Elephant Antics. This one's really well polished. It's pretty well polished. It reminds me of that Dream World Pogie we played, except it doesn't really suck as much. It's a decent platformer. It is super colorful. This looks good. This looks good. This does not look generic or shovelware. In fact, the game really kind of reminds me of New Zealand Story, aka Kiwi Craze on NES. Using the umbrella to float. It's a cute game. It's a cute game. It's good. Game over. Oh, he died in France. Oh, he died in France. That's the worst part. No, not France. Excuse me. My throat's kind of, yeah. Man, even the, I do need to cough. I'm sorry. Let me mute my mic for a moment. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, chat. Even the high score screen on this one looks really good. That looks really nice. Then we got Stunt Buggies. Stunt Buggies is... It's 2-player. Collect 5 bombs. Stunt Buggies is... I'm trying to remember what to compare it to. There is a game by Namco from the Atari era that this reminds me of. A driving game from the Atari era that was almost like a, I think it was almost like a Pac-Man thing where you had to just collect flags or stars or something. This one, the door's open, time to escape. Oh, Naruto. Is it racing? Not quite. It's more like dodging the other cars. It's more like a case of dodge 'em and bombs. It's a weird game. You're basically driving a stunt buggy, collecting bombs, making your way to the exit. And it's almost got a Micro Machines feel. If you look at this, this looks like just toys again. So it's almost like an RC car sort of thing. Ever watch Death Race 2000? Yes, Greg Johnson. In fact, we also... The original? Yes, not the remake. Yeah, I've got the DVD of the original. I wish I had the Blu-ray. And there is a Death Race game that is unlicensed on NES, which we rated. In fact, where did we put it? Where did I put Death Race? It was a D category. It's not that great. It was from this company, American Video, I think. It's a very odd, unlicensed game. It's one of those ones that Nintendo would have never released, but it plays like a capture the flag, where it's inspired by the movie. It is inspired by Death Race 2000. It is not based on it. So you're in sort of an arena, running over people, or zombies, according to the cover art, collecting flags, trying to capture the flag, and watching out for helicopters that are trying to take you out and then making your way to the exit. Yeah, Death Race 2000, though, with David Carradine and Sylvester Stallone as base. That's why we call him Gotimus. No, I'm not. No, I appreciate it, though. No, yeah, I remember buying the DVD of that. I wish I had the Blu-ray. I wish Shout Factory would reissue it. I don't even know who owns it anymore. It might be Shout. It might be Shout, because they've been reissuing a few Corman things lately. I don't know. In any case, yeah, it's not that great of a game. It's one of those ones I picked up because I remember spotting it, and I didn't have any unlicensed cartridges from this company. And so it was a weird look, and it was undamaged, the label. And so I just thought, oh, this will be interesting. But yeah, stunt buggies feels almost like Micro Machines, but not. And then we got F-16 Renegade. This is probably the best part of the game right there, that artwork, because with the dithered effect, that would look cool. It's a shooter. This is one of the most generic, boring shooters I've played. This is not a good game. It doesn't look terrible, but it also doesn't look good. The color scheme, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. It doesn't look awful, but it's not great. It's just a mini boss. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's got third-person perspective missions, and then it's got these the missions which are like your the afterburner missions. And again, they just feel generic. Overhead, third person, overhead, third person, overhead. And then you got Go Dizzy Go. This is more of like a Dizzy puzzle game. And again, it's got a Bubble Bobble feel. Bringing back the egg guy. It's a single screen game where you gotta you gotta work your way through the maze, collect stuff, and then get out. It's mostly a collecting thing, and you can only go certain directions. And I want to say it was also when you push a certain direction, you keep going that way until you hit a wall. So that's the thing. It's that type of a maze game where you press left, you walk all the way until you hit an obstruction. So it is a maze game. There are lots of secrets in Go Dizzy Go. To activate this one, press A on the space below. Yeah. Quattro Arcade is a pricey game, And again, I'm putting in C. And I'm putting in C because value for money. Value for money is the only thing that keeps this from being a D. CJ's Elephant Antics is okay. Go Dizzy Go would be a C anyway. CJ's Elephant Antics would probably be a C anyway. These two would drag it down, in my opinion. Stump Buggies and F-16. But value for money keeps it a C. And that's the end of the cues. I'm going to take another hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Wow, we just spent that long on 4 games. I mean 4. Well, it was more than 1 because of the Quattros. All right, fine. I'll give myself a pound back. Rad Racer. Which, if you've ever seen The Wizard, you should recognize Rad Racer. On the NES. It's one of the silver box titles. Oh, and you'll notice 3D action. This game has a mode where if you've got anaglyph 3D glasses, you press select and it goes into 3D mode so you can play it in 3D. It is not good 3D. Like, it just looked like it was a double image, like driving with sunglasses look. It never looked 3D to me. Rad Razor. It's rad because it's the 1980s and it's got Tood. I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. Oh, I didn't realize Square. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, Square made this. So this was by Square. You could select 2 cars. You could do the 328 twin turbo, which is the fun, which in my opinion is the better one, the more fun one to do. They basically play the same. It's basically just a reskin. Do you want to drive more of a sports car, or do you want to drive an F1? Now the game, there's your course map for the beginning. The game, the way it works, is you have to go through checkpoints as you drive. You're driving across country, and you have to make it to the checkpoint before the time runs out. Once the time runs out, you'll coast, and if you don't hit the checkpoint by the time you finish coasting, you're done. Level's over. And it can be quite difficult. The game also has 3 different pieces of music. And even though there are only 3 songs to choose from, you use like a radio. You pick the music you want to play by pressing, I think, down or select. I forget which button. But, no, it was down, I believe. The music's pretty good, especially one track. There's one track on this. The first one you pick of the music, the racing music, that is just fan-frickin-tastic. It alone, in my opinion, was worth the price of admission on this one. Night driving. And all the traffic... Oh, no, those aren't speed. I thought they were bugs again. Racing towards San Francisco. It's got some good parallax scrolling going on, too. I never made it to the desert levels. And this is the 3D mode, chat. So you wear anaglyph glasses, and it's supposed to make this 3D. It never really worked for me. It leaves the car 2D, and everything else is supposed to have the 3D effect. I just couldn't get it to work for me. I should check it again someday. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe we'll play it someday, and I'll put on the 3D glasses model. Rad Racer's good, though. Rad Racer is good. Rad Racer, though, is it C tier good or is it B tier good? That is the question. I am going to put Rad Racer in B tier. Rad Racer, I'm giving B tier. I think it's earned it. Where did I put Kid Icarus anyway? Just out of curiosity. Did I put it all the way up here? H-I-J-K, no. No. I'm not seeing Kid Icarus for... Oh, there it is. I put it in C tier. Yeah, I'm going to give Rad Racer B tier. I'm going to give it to B. B as in boy! B as in back library. Why didn't I say back library instead of boy? That made it weird. Rad Racer 2! They made a sequel. So Rad Racer 2 is good. But for me, it just, I don't know. It's more of the same with a little more polish. But it just doesn't have the same charm. It looks better. It clearly looks better. Everything on it looks better. I don't know. It's... And it doesn't have the 3D mode. I do know that. I'd forgotten how good some of these levels look, though. Because if you were playing that on a CRT, chat... If you were playing that on a CRT, those clouds would look amazing because of the blurring. Ooh, that is beautiful. Oh my gosh, that is a retro wave album right there. That is 80s retro album cover right there. Oh, I love that. I don't think I ever made it there. I love that. You know, I said it was without the charm. I'm going to change I'm going to change. I'm going to say, I'm going to put this one in, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I'm going to put this one in B tier also. I think it's B tier. I think they're both B tier. Is like Square's Outrun. Welcome in, Sammy. Welcome in. Yes, that's a good comparison. Both of them are very much like Outrun. Yeah, they're both like Outrun. You need to meet. They're a little more strict on hitting the checkpoints than Outrun. Outrun gives you more time before you hit the checkpoints. These are you can lose much more quickly. I keep wanting almost to put them in C, but I'm putting them in B. Because to me, they are good games. And I gotta do another hydration break. My throat is wrecked. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Okay, next is going to be Rainbow Islands. The Story of Bubble Bobble 2. Such a weird title. Such a strange title. Why are there two versions here? That's weird. Ah, welcome in, Flash Viewer. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. Hope you and Sammy are both having a good day. Good Wednesday, good Thursday, whatever time zone. We're just doing more of the tier list. And I keep debating things with myself. Next one is Rainbow Islands. So yeah, Rainbow Islands, chat, is... There are a few different versions of it, too. Rainbow Islands is supposed to be the sequel to Bubble Bobble. I've never understood that. Because to me, it is, other than being a single screen platformer, it doesn't feel like Bubble Bobble at all. I'm very impressed with all the cool games I've never heard of. Really? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I was looking at my NES collection last night. I totally forgot I had this game. Yeah, I'm so glad. I don't remember where I picked. I do know where I picked this one up. Okay. Not to date myself. I was a young Madamus at the time. I don't know how old I was. Okay, I genuinely don't know how old I was. But I got this and Bubble Bobble both from a video game, from a movie store, a rental store that was going out of business. And the cartridges were just in gem condition. Well, especially this one. Bubble Bobble had a little more wear, but it was still in good enough condition. Taito must have changed their minds when they later made an actual proper sequel to Bubble Bobble. Yeah, there's a weirdness with Bubble Bobble. They later did Bubble Symphony in arcades, and then they brought a version of it seems, to NES as Bubble Bobble 2. Now, Bubble Bobble 2 on NES, if you've got that, congratulations, you know, on having another piece of your retirement fund, because that is an expensive game. Taito's Bubble Bobble 2 on NES is a late run, and like all of Taito's late run games on NES, it is rare. It is so hard to find. Taito made banger after banger at the end of the NES lifespan, and almost every single one of them is super limited production. The second Flintstones game, Bubble Bobble 2, Power Blade 2, Little Samson, God, I know there's some, Panic Restaurant. Wasn't there a Game Boy port of Bubble Bobble 2? There might be. I'll look that up. I'll double check that. We'll see. And then we'll go back to Rainbow Islands. Bubble Bobble Part 2. And Bubble Symphony. So there's a couple here. Okay, we got Bubble Bobble Part 2. Okay, this was released on NES? Wait. Oh, is this the, okay, this is the NES. Yeah, okay, so this is the NES one, Bubble Bobble 2, which is a separate game, but it's basically based around Bubble Symphony. Bubble Symphony. Let's see if it's on. No, it's not on Game Boy. It is not on Game Boy. Excuse me. But Bubble Symphony is the actual Bubble Bobble sequel. But the NES Bubble Bobble 2 is very similar from it. They basically cannibalized it. But Rainbow Islands was originally billed as Bubble Bobble 2. The story of Bubble Bobble 2, which is, again, even that is a weird. And then there is there's a follow-up to this, which was not on NES, Parasol Stars, the story of Bubble Bobble 3, which is much more like this. It's more of a sequel to Rainbow Islands. Rainbow Islands, they're not going to give me a bunch of shots, screenshots in here. It's a single-screen platformer. You run around as a dude and you throw rainbows. And the rainbows are both as weapons, and you can, I believe you can like jump on top of them too. But you throw rainbows as your main form of attack. I don't know what to make of that. That's random. It's like Rainbow Bright, random. But I wish this had more screenshots. Rainbow Islands is not the most polished game on NES. For some reason, it's lacking polish. But it's a banger game. It is a banger game. How much of a banger? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm probably going to put it in B tier. If I can make it up to B tier. Yeah, I'm going to put it in B tier. Rainbow Islands belongs in B tier. It's a good game. One interesting thing, the music is changed on the NES version and on almost all the home ports. So the original arcade version, the theme song for the level, was based on Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So it sounds like Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Na, 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 na. They changed the NES one because they were afraid of getting copyright bonked. So the NES one is more dun 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 dun. Same game, just slightly different music from the arcade and the NES, just because they didn't want to get bonked for Somewhere Over the Rainbow. But great game. Barely avoided copyright infringement. Yeah, honestly, I don't think they would have gotten in trouble, Sammy, because I don't remember the arcade one ever getting in trouble. I don't remember the arcade version getting caught, so I don't think the NES one, because they were different enough. They just sounded, it was just clearly inspired. But they were afraid of it. I mean, they sue everyone, so why shouldn't they be afraid of getting sued? Oh, dear. This one is not my favorite. If it'll load. Rambo. Moby Games is going slow again. Moby Games goes up and down in slowness. So, Rambo. First Blood Part 2. Based on the movie. Is kind of a platforming RPG game. No, it isn't kind of. It is a it is an RPG platformer. Rambo is an RPG platformer. I don't know which one of these is the right one to click. Must be all their cookies trying to flood the site. It could be. Could be. All right, let me see if I can get it to open. This was released through Acclaim. And it is, if I could get it to open, it's an RPG platformer, so kind of like Zelda 2. It uses a password system. There's a lot of leveling up. One of the things about this game is Rambo's kind of weak. Never thought you'd say that, but Rambo is very destructible. Like, Rambo gets hurt by bugs. There are lots of insects, and Rambo is afraid of insects and snakes and things like that. Yeah. So it's not like the movie at all. And it's not a great-looking game either. It is not a great-looking game. I feel better in prison. Yeah, you can end the game right here. You can basically say you wanna stay in prison, but it's up to you. The game doesn't start until you say yes. The end. So if you want to speedrun the game, you just click no. Army hangar setting up the plot. Then they fly you out to Vietnam, and then once you get to Vietnam, you're fighting. There's a bee and a tiger. Where's the cap? What do you think about me? Do you like me? Do you want to go home? Hey, baby. What'd you sign? Why am I doing that? Why am I doing the really, really awful Stallone impressions? I love Sylvester Stallone. Boat ride across to the POW camp. Flamingos. Gotta fight the flamingos. Be aware. Did y'all know that Vietnam is the animals in Vietnam are more dangerous than the animals in Australia? We always hear about how Australia, everything wants to kill you. No, the Vietnam, they have killer flamingos. Best Stallone movie is Oscar. Luciano, you know what? I've never seen Oscar. And you are not the first person I've heard say that. I don't know if you're joking or if you mean seriously, because I've heard other people say that it is an underrated gem. I've heard other people say that it is really just one of those movies that flies under the radar that you got to check. It's serious. Okay. I'm going to check it out sometime. I think, oh, you too. Okay. I don't know why. I've never seen it. I've never seen that, and I've never seen the Schwarzenegger Prego movie. I've seen Twins. I never saw the Prego Schwarzenegger. Yeah. I'm going to take another hydration break. Feels like a theater piece adapted to the screen. Maybe that's why. I want to say, Luciano, I started watching it when I was a little kid and it didn't click. I remember the Pregante movie. Schwartz Prego is not that good. All I know about it, all I know, y'all, is the one scene. Never saw Turban Prego. I just know there's like one line where he, feel how soft my skin is. And that's the only thing I know. Hydration break again. Yeah, something, hydrate, dihydrate, do the things. Now, I do remember Twins with Schwarzenegger and DeVito. I always enjoyed that. I never thought Twins was a good movie. I never thought Twins was a great movie, but it was a movie that was fun. Okay, I'm going to make it a point to see Oscar. I'm going to make it a point to see Oscar. There. Note the S at the bottom of the map. Use this to go down a level. Yeah, yeah, when you move around, this thing's got like almost a 3D map setup where you've got to go south, north, etc. whenever you see these things. Madamus, in the event you're looking for potential post-stream rates, is she again today? Twice in one day? Oh, thanks for letting me know, Daylin. If she was still streaming, I probably would have done it anyway. But thanks for letting me know. We'll keep that in mind. Yeah, because I know she was. I woke up at one point and I saw she had started streaming this morning, and then I passed out again. Oscar's on YouTube for free. Thank you, Luciano. Okay. All right. Okay. Heck, maybe we could even do a watch along of it. We'll see. We'll work that out. Thank you. Oh boy. Rambo's being chased by birds, just like in the movie. Not the birds. Not the birds. And you gotta save little kids in caves, which did not happen in the movie. Detective Reeds, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you are having a good Wednesday. I almost said Thursday, or Thursday, depending on your time zone. I was asleep during the first stream, kicked myself when I woke up. Well, I was asleep. I went back to sleep. Sorry, I love you, Mooba. I was tired. Fighting the kickboxing god. So much for don't engage the enemy. We are looking at, this is Rambo right now. We're doing our NES, for you, Detective Reeds, and anyone else coming in, anyone else lurking, we are doing a tier list of the NES games that are currently in the back library. And right now we're looking at the screenshots of Rambo, which is a platforming RPG actioner that, as you can see, the experience, you do have to, because Rambo is very weak in the game. And so Rambo, of all people, needs to level up. You need to level up, Rambo! This is not a good game. Some people, I know there are some people who like this game, and I love RPGs on the NES. I do not like this one. I do not like this D-tier game. I vaguely remember the Rambo cartoon. Couldn't kill anyone, so he just sets up traps that are glorified pranks. I never saw the Rambo cartoon. I remember they had a few DVD sets they put out. I always kicked myself for not picking it up, but maybe that was the better choice. Honestly, I'd much rather see a Blu-ray set like of the Chuck Norris cartoon. Don't worry, I'm Chuck Norris. I'm surprised that, you know, Twin Opinion, now that makes me think, I'm surprised Warner Brothers, I know it's kind of, you know, macabre to say this, but I'm surprised Warner Brothers didn't make a beeline to release the Chuck Norris cartoon on the Warner Archive collection when he passed. I'm so surprised that wasn't an immediate thing. Karate Kid and RoboCop also had a Saturday morning cartoon. I vaguely remember RoboCop having it. I didn't know Karate Kid did. That's interesting. Chuck Norris stealing a bike into that cartoon will never not be funny. Yeah, that's the greatest clip of all time. Hey, Don't worry, I'm Chuck Norris. Well, that makes it better. Man, you know what? To an opinion, that is what a missed opportunity. That should have been in the Expendables 2. Oh, but he couldn't say Chuck Norris. Oh, he couldn't say Chuck Norris. Darn it. If he would have been playing himself, if he could have said Chuck Norris, that would have been the best moment in Expendables 2. Yeah, I keep thinking the Karate Kid cartoon was a fever dream. Really? Oh, man. You know, Flash Viewer and everyone, for the life of me, I do not remember Karate Kid 2 and 3. I know I saw them, but I can only remember the first one. And I remember a little bit of the next Karate Kid. I need to go back and watch them all. Oh, man. Welcome in, Alex. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. We're back at it again with the NES Archive. Yes, we just put Rambo in D tier. It is not a good game, but welcome in. Welcome in. Evening. I was just about to go shower when I saw we were doing part 5. Yeah. And I don't think we're going to make it through tonight. I think there's going to be a part 6. But enjoy your shower. Thank you for stopping by to say hello. I've only watched the first Karate Kid. Yeah, that's the only one I remember. I'll be lurking. Good luck finding the hidden gems in this archive. Thank you. I appreciate it, Alex. Okay. Ooh, speaking of interesting and hidden gems. Maybe not a hidden gem, but interesting. Renegade. So Renegade, chat, is from Taito. It is part of the Kuni, right there it says, the Kunio Neketsu High games. So Renegade, chat, let me find the cover for the NES version. Renegade is, oh, that's not the real, that's okay, that's not the right cover. Renegade is related to River City Ransom, the Kunio-kun series. Indeed. Indeed. Renegade is in the Kunio-kun series, which was pointed out to me. I didn't realize that. And it basically, it doesn't play very well, okay? It basically, it plays as we have Double Dragon at home. I'm using that phrase a lot anymore, the at home. I need to stop doing it. Starts in a subway, beating up thugs, continues on a subway. They could have easily just renamed this the Warriors. Warriors, come out and play! Yeah. Fighting a boss underground. Looks like the thug is about to open up a serious can of whoop-ass on him. Texas Red Drone, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are having a good night or day, whatever time zone you are in. We're doing a tier list, or trying to continue a tier list of the NES games that are in the back library currently. Right now we're looking at Renegade, which is part of the Kunio-kun series, like River City Ransom, but not like as good at all. I mean, it's fine, but it's, yeah. It's just, it's a very tough brawler that doesn't look that fantastic. Warriors are good. You Warriors are real good. Are good. Real good. The best. You know, that is a, man, regret of mine, Greg Johnson. I wish I would have picked up the Arrow release before it went out of print, because Arrow originally released a Blu-ray and a 4K edition that had both the theatrical cut and the director's cut, the Ultimate Edition. It's been scaled back now where it's just the theatrical cut. Even though the theatrical cut's the better one, I would want both versions. I really am sad that I missed that. I get annoyed. I hate that about Arrow. I hate their limited editions where they remove content. Arrow, just so you know, on Blu-ray and 4K. So Arrow does one of two things. They release it, U2 now, yeah. Arrow releases, when they release stuff, they release their stuff usually in a limited edition followed by a standard edition. Sometimes the limited edition just includes a bunch of swag. So it'll be a chipboard box and books and, you know, poster, things like that. Things that, in my case, I could put aside, push aside. But in other cases, they will include an additional disc with something else on it, a TV version of a movie, usually alternate cuts of a movie or additional documentaries. And unfortunately, The Warriors is one of those cases where the limited edition had alternate cut of the movie. So yeah, really, really a shame there. Really, really, really too bad. I wish I wouldn't have missed that. Speaking of which, that reminds me, I had picked up the Blu-ray of Excalibur, which the limited edition includes the television cut. I wound up having to return that thing. For anyone who picks up it, I advise everyone to hold off on Excalibur on Blu-ray and 4K from Arrow, because the audio is horribly out of sync. And they, especially on the mono mix, and they are refusing to fix it. So, you know, if it means giving up the TV cut so that the later edition has it fixed, to me, that's better. I'd love an alt cut where Cyrus and the gangs do Conquer New York City. Well, that, I don't think that one's in the cards. Arrow is, really, their cuts are usually so good. Oh yeah, they botched that. They botched a few other things before, Greg. I know their 4K version of 12 Monkeys was screwed up. The Blu-ray and the 4K, and it was one of the rare cases where they did disc replacement, but they only did it for the 4K copy. They basically told the Blu-ray customers to take a hike. Arrow is one of those companies. I love Arrow, okay? I love Arrow. But Arrow is one of those companies, when they do screw something up, they refuse to fix it. Their customer service pipeline is awful. They will gaslight you. They will blame you for the problem. They will avoid, and still not fix things. So, yeah, just one thing to keep in mind on Arrow is, my opinion is, if there's a limited edition, I suppose Criterion has much better QC than, and Criterion's better about replacing things. Criterion's ones, when they've made mistakes, they fix it. Shout Factory is, I would say Shout Factory, when it comes to fixing things, is about 60-40. Well, no, more like 75-25. There are some things they fix, there are some things they won't. Like Perfect Blue right now, the 4K version reissue of Perfect Blue is screwed up with Shout Factory, and they won't even acknowledge the problem. And I think part of the issue is Perfect Blue, because it's a Japanese anime. I think it's something where they can't get permission to fix it, because it's screwed up in the Japanese 4K copies too. And it's an easy fix, but it's like missing, like, I don't know, like 5 frames. It just goes to black. And they're frames that are repeated, so it could easily just be grabbed from somewhere else, stuck in there and fixed. You don't have to do a whole new scan, but it just doesn't get fixed. Yeah, Criterion's better about doing the replacements. Warner Brothers, even though they're not a third party, Warner Brothers is getting better. Warner Brothers is just slow, like the Superman 4Ks. They recently did disc replacements for the Superman 4Ks, but it took them like over a year. So, and the Rockies, the botched Rockies, they finally did disc replacements, but it took over a year. Really want that Arrow Battles Without Honor and Humanity set. Vinegar Syndrome is great with replacements, are they? Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome, they don't have a lot of things that I gravitate towards, but they are a great company. There is no question that Vinegar Syndrome is a great, great company. And I hope they stay that way. I hope they never get, you know, like a lot of companies do, and as time passes. Because even Criterion's not what they used to be. Criterion's not what they used to be at all. But yeah, so Arrow is one of those things. My advice to anyone with Arrow is, when it comes to limited edition sets, I don't say hold off because they're limited edition, but I do say hold off on removing that shrink wrap. Seriously, I would personally hold off on order it, hold off on opening it until you see the first reviews. Let other people be the guinea pigs. And then you can remove the shrink wrap. I need to cough, excuse me. Yowzers. Yeah, so they botched Excalibur, which makes me sad because I was really excited for that 4K Blu-ray. I like Excalibur. I haven't seen it for years. I need to watch my Warner Brothers Blu-ray again. I was waiting for the Arrow, and then that went back to Target. Sorry, Target. So Renegade to me is, I don't think Renegade is that good. Renegade is a game that I want to love, but I don't think it's that good. Is it better than Rambo? Probably. I'm moving Rambo. And you know what? I'm even moving Platoon. I don't like Platoon. I don't like Platoon, and I don't like Rambo. I'm moving them down. Welcome in, Mahese. Welcome in. Hello there. Just woke up from some Twilight Zone episodes marathon. Nice, nice. The original or some of the newer ones? Or that 80s series. That wasn't there an 80s series that no one talks about? I want to say there was or 90s. Something like that. But welcome in. Welcome in. I love, you know what, my favorite episode of Twilight Zone. Original nice. One of my favorite episode. The 60s. Oh, I love those. I should pick those up someday. There is an episode, and it's for me, it appeals to me both from the idea of censorship in books and like Fahrenheit 451, and also from a religious perspective for me. There is an episode guest starring the late great Burgess Meredith, and it has to do with something where it's basically illegal to have a Bible or to have a Bible, and his apartment, he's basically been condemned to death, and they are going to blow up his apartment with him in it at a time that he does not know. I think it's at a time that he does not know, for the crime of reading something that isn't sanctioned by the state. And it's one where he basically locks in there the person who's his going to be his executioner, the one who's set up to blow it up is locked in there with him, and like panicking, reading, get him. Yeah, it's like a Fahrenheit 451 thing, but it is so well done. And Burgess Meredith, you want to talk about an actor's actor? Burgess Meredith, who nowadays everyone, you know, just knows him as Mickey from the Rocky movies or the Penguin, Batman. Burgess Meredith was such a wonderful actor. My gosh. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that episode either, but it was a good episode. That, and there was an episode also I barely remember about, like, where like time would be for, like, every single second of time was like a universe into itself for people who would like set up the scene or something like that. Nods knowingly. Yeah, it's a good episode. It's a good episode. I love the original Twilight Zone though. Now, on the other hand, the other end of that spectrum is Night Gallery. The Rod Serling's Night Gallery, which was meant to be more of a horror stories type thing, a horror anthology. Night Gallery to me is even more hit and miss. Now, Twilight Zone is hit and miss. Let's be honest. Twilight Zone, there are some clunkers in there. Later seasons, there's some junk. But yeah, for me, Night Gallery was really hit and miss. Except for the movie. I thought Night Gallery, the original pilot movie, which was like 3 different stories, I thought the pilot movie for Night Gallery was really good. The pilot movie for Night Gallery was really good. We were doing a tier list, weren't we? Twilight Zone episode tier list. Here we go. No. Rescue the embassy. Oh, dear. Rescue the Embassy mission, if I could get it to load up, chat. Night Gallery and Tales from the Dark Side were fun, but no Twilight Zone. Yeah. And I never watched The Outer Limits. I don't remember The Outer Limits at all. I need to check it out someday. Okay, Hostage. The rescue. This one was called Rescue the Embassy Mission on NES. Now you're going to notice it has a really high ranking there of 7.4. This is an interesting game. And I'm going to look at the Ultimate Nintendo Guide's review on this one too. So, Rescue the Embassy Mission has a lot of moving parts. And besides, I even gonna check out Ultra Q to compare both shows. Okay, Ultra Q is good. Ultra Q is okay. I don't like the Blu-ray that we got in the States. But Ultra Q is interesting. Okay, Ultra Q. So the thing about Ultra Q, the stories are kind of milquetoast. The stories do not compare. The thing about Ultra Q is the stories do not really compare to Twilight Zone. They just don't. It's more about the kaiju in it. It's more about the kaiju type stuff in it than anything else. So it gets the bonus points for the kaiju. But as far as being story-wise, really, really good alternative to Twilight Zone, there are a few good episodes in there. I can't remember them. But it's a good show overall. It's a fun show to watch. It is a good show. I haven't seen the new one. I'm talking about the original. It's a good show to watch. But, yeah, I don't remember any of the episodes specifically. That's how much they stuck with me. And there are a few of the kaiju who go on to later appear in Ultraman, which is nice. There are a few characters in it who do go on to reappear. I do like that. Rescue the Embassy Mission. This is a game that I always hear people revering. This is a game that is almost like a Tom Clancy Rainbow Six. I mean, not like FPS stuff, but it's that type of game. You're trying to rescue hostages, and it's a team thing. You've got to do different things with different team members. It's one of those games that a lot of people recommend if you want cheap NES games that are really good, because this game's super cheap. There are a lot of moving parts, like this one. You're getting your sniper, you have to avoid the spotlights. You get caught in the spotlight, you're done. Hello everyone, welcome in Darth Scourge, welcome in. I hope you are having a good Wednesday, or Thursday, depending on time zone. We are doing the NES tier list. Right now we're talking about Rescue the Embassy Mission, which a lot of people like, except me. And this is available on PC. You can get it on, I think, on Steam and GOG. I got in a bundle at some point. It's an old MS-DOS game. Yeah, there you go. Hiding in the doorways when the spotlight gets too close. But what I love about Twilight Zone is the first monologue by Rod Serling. 100%. 100%. His openings to those are what sells it. And the same goes for Night Gallery, because he did that for Night Gallery too. The Night Gallery episodes all have Rod Serling. You should, if you enjoy Twilight Zone, I do recommend. It's not as good, but I recommend checking it out. Yeah. Love Rod Serling. By the way, he wrote the screenplay for the original Planet of the Apes. Planet of the Apes, which I wish he would have had some sort of on-screen involvement in it, but he wrote the screenplay, which is probably one reason it's so good. That the original Planet of the Apes is great. The other four in the original franchise are fun to watch. I feel like the second one could have been a contender. What hurts the second one is the budget. Beneath the Planet of the Apes just has a really, it's just too cheap. They knew they had a hit on their hands, so they basically, this is the way movies used to do. So when they came to sequels, the first movie was a hit, and so they knew that the second movie would be a hit, so they automatically would cut the budget on the second one, because why do we need to spend money when we know it's going to be a hit? So the result was all the ape makeup is amazing, and it is amazing in the original Planet of the Apes. But then the second one, for close-up ones, it looks really good still. But the apes that are background characters, if you look closely, they're all just wearing cheap masks. So crowd scenes just look terrible. They just look terrible. And that to me is one. And plus, there are parts of the story of Beneath the Planet of the Apes that doesn't work. The idea that another rocket went after Taylor because he never came back. Well, Taylor wouldn't have come back. According to the first movie, you know, whatever, hundreds of years, just in the opening, you got Charlton Heston explaining how much time will have passed on Earth by the time they get back there. So there's no way there would have been like a rescue mission or anything like that. If it would have been, just tweak it a little bit, could have been a contender. There are a lot of really cool things about it. Where was I? Rescue. Steve. A sniper has reached his position. Steve. Drop soldiers onto the roof. All teams in place. Get ready to get it done. You gotta use snipers. I don't know how they got away with this on NES. Because really, Nintendo, you think, would have, you know, had a bet. Nintendo would have said no to having sniper games. And yet, this did happen. Then there's parts of the game where you have to go down, rappel down and break through windows. You have to find the empty room. Reminds me of Spy Party. I don't think I've ever played that. I remember Spy vs. Spy on NES, which was another one that got lost of mine that I had in that move. That's one I forget about. I should really picture that. The sniper picture does it. Okay. I've never seen Spy Party. It's a social deception game. Really? Interesting. Is it a video game or a or some sort of a board game? Sneak up on the terrorists and dispose of them while they're alone. Don't shoot the hostages, but why? Hostages, shot tape, or stop tape. Oh, that's the ZX Spectrum. Social, objectives? Okay. Social deception objectives game. Okay. Oh, the objectives picture. Okay. Let me see on the reviews real quick where this ends up with the NES reviews. I'm just curious. NES platform. Where does Ultimate? Ultimate puts at 70. Though terribly short. Should be able to complete the game in under 10 minutes. Yeah. I do remember it was short once you figured it out. Don't let it deter you. Gameplay design was ahead of its time. High production values, good variety, music that changes with each level. To feature the mood, fit the mood of the action, and a compelling tactical experience. It is a very tactical game. They gave it high marks, but I'm going to be honest with you. I just do not enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. It's not one I enjoy. It's got high production value, but that doesn't make it great. For me, chat, this is going to be a D. Don't let that deter you though, chat. If you're collecting for the NES, this is one that a lot of people really like. I just have never been able to enjoy it. Oh, back to Kunio-kun. River City Ransom. River City Ransom. Wow, so we're back to a tie again between Zelda and Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star was in the lead for a while, and then bam, Zelda 2 starts making a comeback again. Jeezy peasy. I hope this doesn't end in a tie. I don't want to have to rerun this poll. Even if it does make my life easier to rerun polls again. Yeah, I know, Omegs. I know. I didn't see that coming. They snuck in. So River City Ransom, chat, on NES it's a brawler with RPG elements. There is game save with a complex password. There's all sorts of iteming and... Oh, dear. Yeah, Jennifer, I know. I mean, it does make it easy. I just keep rerunning this poll and I don't have to think of anything. River City Ransom's fun with a friend. Yeah. I didn't play it a lot co-op, but I know I did play it a few times co-op. It's got a good look still, too. It still looks cool. It's a big map. There's a lot to do in this game. A lot of food to buy, too. Coffee, tea, hot cocoa, pancakes, waffles! I'll take the waffles. Ooh, I want waffles. Chat, I want waffles. Sushi. I'm going to be honest. I'm actually surprised with the sushi bar. And the reason I'm surprised when they westernized this and localized it. I'm surprised they didn't change this to like burgers or something. Because, you know, usually that'd be something that would be kind of done. I'm happy they didn't. River City Ransom. Oh, I already read that. I read that. Comic time. Ryan read the book. Inventory. If you read the comic, you'll gain stats. Yeah, things like reading give you better stats. It's like life. The passwords are insane on this, though. The passwords that you are going to need: sushi equals donuts when you localize. Yeah, they could have done donuts, yeah. That's a weird donut. That's a weird donut. Man, yeah, the passwords on this are a nightmare. You better make sure you write that down. That's one failure on this. I wish this had game save just because the passwords, there's so much in it that the passwords have to be complex. Roxy, Slicks Babe. Hey, Slicks Babe. How you doing? Why'd I do that? It's a good game. It's a good game. It's a good game. It's got a few hiccups. It might be the only Technos game I've got where Technos put it out themselves and it wasn't from another publisher. I am going to put it all the way up here in B tier. I think it's a B tier game. It's not an A tier or an S tier for me. Ooh, it's Tengen time. And we're going to do a comparison on this one. Road Runner. So Tengen, chat, who was Atari and released a bunch of unlicensed games, despite being unlicensed, Tengen had the license to some interesting properties like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which is not a good game, and like Road Runner. Road Runner, and it was in arcades first. It was in arcades. It was on Atari 2600. Road Runner is unfortunately based on that. Me saying it was in arcade should have immediately give you a little pause because it's going to be very arcadey. B tier for River City might ruffle some feathers. Don't let it get out. Yeah, I know it will. I know it will, Twin Opinion. It's not my favorite. I love things about it, but it's not my fave. So before I even look at the NES, I'm going to pull up the arcade version here. So this is the arcade version of Road Runner. Basically, the whole game is you running from Wile E. Coyote and eating bird seed. And Wile E. Coyote will get different Acme inventions to try to stop you. And the thing about the Acme inventions is the rocket skates he'll get, or the rocket to chase you. If you run too far where he is no longer on the screen chasing you, he will come back on a rocket and just grab you. So you got to be careful on how you space things out. But yeah, this is an older Atari game. So it was released on many a system, including the Atari 2600. This is how it looked on the Atari 2600. It's passable. And this is one of those Atari 2600s you could still find brand new pretty cheap. By pretty cheap, I mean around the $50 mark, which for a new Atari game is okay. Never played this one. I can't say you missed a ton. Now, one thing I will say that's interesting, this is the only one I know of that's got a disclaimer screen like this with the Tengen logo like the Tengen cartridges for the Warner Brothers stuff. Title screen looks good. Starting looks okay. Gameplay is, you know, despite being Atari, Tengen's games were often lacking in graphics. I don't understand that. I really don't understand why their stuff would look kind of plain. The game itself is fine. It's just very basic. It's very Pac-Man-like. It is just a score big points. And it's a game that will loop. It has 4 levels, chat. And then it starts over. 4 levels, starts over. Oh, and you can get hit by trucks. And you can get Wile E. Coyote hit by trucks, too. And I want to say it has like the same music too throughout the whole game. It's just the entire game. So it doesn't have a it doesn't have much of a score. Oh yeah, you could drink the lemonades. You can drink the lemonades. You could drink the lemonade, which I think gives you a speed up or a power up. I forget what it does. Oh yeah, and you do have the seed meter. You've got to keep eating bird seed because if you run out of bird seed, you stop. You can't move. And there are some areas where you have to jump over little obstacles too. And some of these parts, too, where he's on a pogo stick are awful. Or spring shoes, whatever he's on. Oops. It's not an impressive game, but it's fine. It's not an impressive game, but it's fine. It's old arcadey style. And I am going to put it in... I don't know whether I should put it C or D. I'm going to put it, but I put Bugs Bunny in. I'm looking at what I've got in D, and I'm asking myself, is this something I would rather play than 8 Eyes? Or, no. I'm putting it right there in D. I'm putting it in D. I'm sorry. My apologies to all the Looney Tunes fans. Hydration, it's right there with Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. The only one that I've given higher to is the Birthday Blowout. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or die drink. Matt, they probably poured their heart and soul into that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they did the NES port. The arcade port, probably. The NES port, I can't say that they did. I can't say that they did, because Tengen on NES... Considering all the advantages they have over every unlicensed company, they had access to the Nintendo toolkits for building games because they'd done a few things licensed. They had access to being Atari. There's really no reason that every single one of their games shouldn't have shined as brightly as things that were made by Nintendo themselves. And yet, yeah, so I'm going to be a bit mean. But even, I'm going to be honest, even if it had more polish, Greg Johnson, it would still be C tier. And the reason it would still be C tier is because it's one of those old style repetitive arcade games where the goal is just building up points and nothing else. So if that's your it's fine for popping a quarter into, but when it comes to home gaming, it gets boring quick, which is one of those reasons why I've said before I'm kind of taking a step back on that Neo Geo AES because it's such an arcadey system. It doesn't have big home games like RPGs or home style platformers. It's all arcade stuff. And that's not, I mean, it's fine. But to me, that's just kind of a limitation of the Neo Geo, of the Neo Geo's library. Road Blasters. From Tengen to Tengen by any other name. So Road Blasters, chat, excuse me, was released by, where's the cover? I want to open a cover. I want a cover for this one. So this was released by Mindscape. Mindscape, when Tengen was shut down by Nintendo, pretty much, they licensed a lot of their stuff out that they'd already made ports for, it seems, to Mindscape. So Mindscape wound up releasing a lot of Tengen games that would have been released by Tengen themselves, but not. Paperboy is an example. Gauntlet 2 is probably an example because that's Atari Midway and it is Mindscape release. They reissued things like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Some argue that was also one of the reasons Dreamcast failed. Some argued that the library was filled with too many arcade ports. Gotcha. Okay, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that before. But I do know, in Dreamcast defense, though, it still did have some big games. It still had some larger games, like Evil Dead was on it, and Sonic Adventure, and some RPGs. It did have, in addition to all the arcadey things, it did have some others. The problems with Neo Geo is, to my knowledge, it doesn't. Neo Geo, everything that is on Neo Geo was also released on the Neo Geo arcade machine. So they are all fighters, shooters, arcade-style puzzle games, arcade-style sports, and arcade-style platformers. There are no home games. They're just arcade games brought home directly, not even a port. It's just the arcade version at home, which is great, but it is a limitation, and it's one of those limitations where now I look at it, and when you look at the new Neo Geo, $250 for the system is fine, $90 for each game. I ask myself, am I going to run out of... I'm going to run out of steam on it. So yeah, yeah. It feels to me, on the Neo Geo is like it's like an Atari. And the Atari 2600, 5200, 7800, everything on those was arcade or arcade style. So the home version was trying to bring the arcade experience home. There wasn't anything else. It's now a game designer thing. That's taught of what length of experience to target a design at. Arcades design for play to get more money in a short time. Exactly. 100. 100. And the problem is, yeah, the Neo Geo didn't have that. Well, the problem is that, I mean, the Neo Geo is... It is just an arcade machine repackaged. The arcade machine, the hardware of the arcade machine. Welcome in, Vice. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night. The arcade machine, the original arcade cabinets of the Neo Geo and the Neo Geo console are the same. You can use the cartridges that they used in the arcade units. You can use on the Neo Geo home console with an adapter. So yeah, they weren't even with Neo Geo. They weren't ever even trying to make games for the home. They were always just making games for the arcade and then repackaging them for home. Metal Slug in arcade, Then they just changed the shape of the cartridge and Metal Slug at Home. But yeah, 100, Ruka. 100. Yeah. And you know, I look back, Ruka, now that you mention that, which we haven't gotten to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. I know because the arcade version was short, because it was designed, like you say, it was targeted for an arcade audience, short, just pump a few quarters in. When it was brought to NES, they extended it. The NES version of Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, has longer levels, some additional levels, new bosses, I think some additional characters. So they really tried to expand it, to Konami's credit. Even though I would have liked to have had an arcade version choice or something with it. Let me back this as what do we got? Short games with unlimited credits that can be cleared in 30 minutes or so. Arcade, yeah. How is everyone tonight? Doing well, thank you. I hope you are doing well as well. Vice, welcome in. Metal Slug at Home. So many games matching that description these days. Well, in this case, Metal Slug at Home literally was just Metal Slug at Home. Because it was Metal Slug at Home. But the difference is, that's one difference with Neo Geo. You mentioned about unlimited credits, Sammy. Actually, that wasn't the case. So the difference with the Neo Geo hardware, the home console version, they tweaked it where it wouldn't give you unlimited credits. It would give you a limit of only, I don't know, what, 5 credits, something like that. It did something to purposely limit you. They set it up that way. I want to say that if you had an adapter like for the arcade cartridges, you could use the dip switches and change that. But yeah, if you put on unlimited credits for Metal Slug, yeah, you're done in 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So yeah, that to me is the weak point of the Neo Geo AES is that every game on it is a game that was in arcades. That's something that would have been and is arcade perfect. That's something that would have been so cool in the days of Atari or the early days of NES. But once you started seeing things enter the arena like The Legend of Zelda and Metroid and all of these longer platformers like DuckTales, things like that, once that happened, yeah, the game changed, and Neo Geo didn't really do that, didn't really change, didn't do anything to even accommodate that. It was just, and Neo Geo, I've said this before, the prices for it originally were insane. 1990s dollars. The console, unless I'm mistaken, used to be $600 and the games were $200 a piece. You were paying for that arcade experience at home. You were paying, you know, for a true arcade experience at home. And that's why the original controllers for it, which they're giving you with the new one, they are a full-on arcade-style joystick. It's not a gamepad. They made a gamepad for it, but it was it came with an arcade stick because it was an arcade stick. That's tough to justify, and very few people did. Rich people did, adjusted for inflation. That's insane. Yeah. Yeah. At one time, I could beat Metal Slug 2 on 2 credits. I'd have to practice that. Let's go, Twin Opinion. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, that is awesome. Man, I would be I'd be broke. I'd be spending so many quarters. I'm not good at Metal Slug. I love it, but I'm not good. What I would have given for full arcade games on console portable systems by other companies. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. That's one of the unfortunate things about Neo Geo 2 is here it's by SNK, and they did make some games that were I need to test mods. Made me rich. Well, the current one is fine. The current one is a lot more affordable, Greg. The console's $250. The games are going to be $90 a piece. You could buy a bundle that has the console plus some wireless controllers and all 10 of the launch title reissue games for $1,000. It's still more than I'm willing to pay. It's still more than I'm willing to pay, but it's a lot better than $200 a piece. My friends and I used to drool over Neo Geo catalogs. It was so unobtainium. Yeah, and that's the thing, Twin Opinion. I look at it then versus I look at it now. I look at it through that prism, and it's like, wow, this is so amazing. But then I look at it now, and it's like, huh, you know, I'd really wish this had something like a Zelda. I'd like this to have an RPG or an adventure game that I could really pump some hours into. And it's just not there. And SNK could have done it. I mean, SNK is the company that made Crystallis on NES, for goodness sakes. SNK made plenty of things that would have been for that market, but they didn't put them on Neo Geo. Still, F-Zero GX and F-Zero AX come to mind. Fair, yeah. Well, but the racing games too. Yeah, and they did have the sort of game save thing you could do there with the memory card. So that's true. That's a fair point. Those are a different thing. Those are a different, bit of a different game. But fair point. Yeah, so Neo Geo, my thing is that much for an arcadey style thing, and that's all it is. I don't know. I hope it does well. I do want to say one thing. I want the Neo Geo reissue to be a 100% success. I want it to sell like wildfire, because the better it sells, the better retro gaming does as a whole. Let me back this up real quickly and read what I missed. Okay, with the way the retro scene has been popping, yep, I think we will see more Neo Geo games in the coming years. Maybe we will finally get some more console-like games. That's true. It's a question of what's on the way. That's a good point. I find it an interesting point as the game executives forget this. Then it became a race to the bottom. Yeah, as you can design a game and target it at a time frame of play. So the Ubisoft sandbox result. Yeah, yep. It's funny how the world changes, isn't it, Ruka? Boy, and that reminds me too, Ruka. Earlier today we were talking about, there's a news story that came out that the Marathon remake now has more employees assigned at Bungie than Destiny 2. It has about 500 employees assigned now just to Marathon to make it better. That's insane. No game needs 500 employees. I look at all of the games that are being designed just by a few people, a handful of people, and over the years that were designed by a handful of people that are the games we truly remember. 500 employees for one game, 300 employees for one game, 100 employees for one game just blows my mind. And to me, it's just... It's a no wonder it's crap thing. Neo Geo was notable for one of the first consoles hards for having a memory card for game saves and high scores, specifically the high scores. Yep. GTA 6 needs 1,000 devs and it's still never coming out. Way too many cooks. Oh yeah. Pokemon Gen 1 was made with only 4 or 5 staff members. Yeah, it's a black flag. Yeah, yeah, indeed. 100. I saw that and it's just like, well, and this is why you fail. I'm not saying people don't need jobs. I'm not saying people shouldn't be employed, but I'm saying, just imagine, okay, even though it would flood the market with way too many games, just imagine if that was split up and you had 10 people, how many games could be made with just 10 people per game? Be great. Potentially. And you'd probably have some clunkers and you'd have some bangers. I mean, underlying tech ability is sufficiently similar where AX could have been made into its own GameCube game. Yep. So arcade experience on console was available but not implemented. Oh, 100. 100. But Neo Geo does also predate the GameCube by a good, 7 years, I'd say? Maybe more. So predating it wise, but no, I agree, Dalen. And there are a lot of arcade experience, but at that point, arcades were kind of fading away. You look at the way arcades were in 2000s, and it was a lot different than it was in the 90s. A lot of Deer Hunter games that I remember seeing in arcades. We'll make our own Madamus game with 4 people. We'll show, you know, honestly, but honestly, with negative 4 people. Honestly, twin opinion. I can't say that's for a streamer or anything. That's unheard of. I mean, let's look at Angry Video Game Nerd. There's that AVGN game. I don't know how many people made the AVGN games, but I could guarantee it wasn't 100. Deer Hunter was everywhere to the bitter end. Yeah. So many deer hunting games. I know that I've seen some fan games for some different VTubers, streamers, including one of my Oshis who I've mentioned before, Ophelia Midnight. There was an Ophelia Midnight game that some fans had made. It was on itch and for free. And unfortunately, I don't think the music was ever completed by the time she had to graduate. And it was just a one-person thing, I think, other than maybe they got some artwork commission. Many old Atari 2600 games were by one programmer, and some of those games we will remember forever. That's the thing. No one's going to remember Marathon, the remake, except that it was a failure. Even though you and I may not want to go play Asteroids, people are always going to remember Asteroids. And Asteroids is always going to be one of those things you pass by it, sitting in an arcade. You're going to drop a quarter in. You pass by an Atari 2600 and it's got a copy of Dig Dug. You're going to play Dig Dug for a few minutes. You're not going to sit there for hours, but you're going to remember it. And it's always going to be a fun experience. Yeah, I love one-person games. Yeah, mostly twin opinion. I got to condemn one. Super Indie Carts, because it is such an amazing game and it still doesn't have network support. And I am telling you right now, if Super Indie Carts and Omegs, I think, kind of agreed with me on this. If Super Indie Carts had network support, Mario Kart and Nintendo would wince. I think they would feel it. I think Super Indie Carts, if you've never checked it out, check it out. Networking is a nightmare. And the problem is, Zaruka, this is one, you got a Mario Kart game that only had that kind of runs circles around Mario Kart right now. It is amazing. Super Indie Carts, INDIE, is worth checking out, but it is only local co-op. If it was network, that game would, I think you would see every streamer playing that. I think you would see so many you and I would collab probably playing it. I would see so many, and I suck at Mario Kart. It's everyone would be playing it. Everyone would be playing it. Super Indie Kart's so dang good. So sad it doesn't have online play. And it has been around now, Ruka, for over 10 years, I believe. It is a one-person programmer over 10 years. Still, I think, listed as early access. Beautifully polished. No networking. And yeah, I understand it's a nightmare, but it needs it. Wait, I thought Steam has a local co-op over Wi-Fi tool now. Do they? Then that'll help. I'll look into that, Ruka. That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, over Wi-Fi, I don't know. Then that might help if you're nearby. I don't know. I mean, if people were nearby, I don't know. It's interesting. It needs it. The point is, it needs it so bad. Spider-Man and River Raid for Atari were each made by a female programmer, which I thought was interesting. Really? River Raid was quite good. Yeah, I've never played Spider-Man. River Raid is definitely one of the Atari games, Atari 2600 games to always, that's one of the Activision biggies. That and Pitfall. We were doing a tier list. I got so distracted. Road Blasters is Tengen. Maybe Hamachi users could play Super Indie Kart over internet. I don't know. I don't know what Hamachi is. But, or Hamachi. But yeah, good game, worth checking out if you've never played it. but it needs to be multiplayer. So Road Blasters, chat, it's kind of like Outrun or Rad Racer with weapons. VPN type of connection. Is it? Okay. Bro, not Hamachi. I haven't heard that in 12 years. I don't remember the name. I don't remember. I just know I say Hachi Machi a lot. So it's kind of like it's a third-person driving game. From town to town, you have weapons, and you need gas. Visually, it looks okay. It's Tengen, published by Mindscape. It looks okay. It looks Tengen. I used to use Hamachi, like Mach Rider, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Man, Mach Rider, that's another one that got lost in that move. Kind of, sort of, but I want to say it predates Mach Rider because it was already an arcade game from Atari. This was already one of the Atari Midway arcade games. And they did a lot of ports of their stuff. I played Baldur's Gate 2 a lot using that with friends. Interesting. It turns a peer-to-peer connection through the app to read as LAN. Interesting. Okay. Reminds me of pole position. Yes. Yeah. Got a pole position look, but with weapons again. And different obstacles and things to blow you up. And fuel. And apparently a reserve tank. I didn't remember that. It's okay. Visually, it's a little bland. I'm wondering here, I'm going back to the overview if it'll let me. I want to see what Ultimate Nintendo Guide said on this one. Because I know I'm kind of leaning towards D or C. It's not bad, but it for me, it's just not. Yeah. Hamachi is especially useful for remote desktop connection sessions. I used it to fix computers like TeamViewer does, but using the terminal services client. You know, but that's a good point. You just got me thinking, Dalen, between you and Ruka. If Steam ever, was mentioned there... Where is it? Wait, I thought Steam has local co-op over Wi-Fi now. Yeah, if Steam ever expands their local co-op digital thing where they have a network to control, where they are able to do a network for it, that could be good. But that said, I also would like to see it full network with like waiting rooms and everything else. Oh, good. Thank you, Moby Games. Am I still online? Yeah, I'm still online. This is just troubleshoot problems. I'm just gonna see if it finds anything. No, it's just Moby Games. All right, fine. Okay, Atari, whatever. Atari being Atari, Moby Games being Moby Games. Ignore the fetish. I'm gonna go ahead and place it where I think it belongs. Road Blasters is another one like Rescue that a lot of people tell me is really amazing. The truth is, if I'm putting it D tier, because even looking at these D tier games, would I rather play Road Blasters than Dr. Jekyll? No. Would I rather play Road Blasters than Cabal? Probably not. Than Eight Eyes? No. I mean, with all the nuances, yeah, I gotta put it, yeah, there. Man, Moby Games ain't even loading. All right, hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I was really, really hoping that we would make it through S at least. Maybe we can make... God, there's a lot of S's. Maybe we can make it through R and S. Okay, RoboCop time. Come on, Moby Games. Fine, I'm going to do Google Images. Google Images. Okay, next is RoboCop on NES. RoboCop on NES is okay, except that RoboCop is too easy to destroy. So RoboCop, that's RoboCop 3. So it's showing me the Moby link, Games link when I can't even open Moby Games. That's lovely. Oh, okay, now it's working for me. Sure, whatever. Matt, if a fire broke out and you could only pick 5 NES games to save, which would they be? Ooh, man. Man. All right, let me look. Only 5, huh? Honestly, Dragon Warriors 3 and 4, because I know I'm not going to be able to replace them. And they're great. They're S tier. And boy, I actually, because I know that they'd be, yeah, Dragon Warriors 3 and 4. 2 I could probably manage to replace. Dragon Warrior 3 and 4. DuckTales 2, because it is insane. It is one of my rarest cartridges. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 2, because it is one of my rarest cartridges. And they're good. They're good. There are rare ones I don't care about, like the Ubisoft Indiana Jones Last Crusade. I mean, I care about it, but it's also bottom tier. So if I couldn't replace it, my life would not end. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 3, 4, Rescue Rangers 2. Oh, man, this is a difficult one. Give me a moment, and then I'll read the rest of chat. I gotta think this through. I gotta think it through. And Ghost Lion. I think Ghost Lion. I think I would, those are the ones I would pick. Because I know, because the others I could replace if I needed to. Super Indie Kart supports remote play. Does it? Okay, good to know, Ruka. Good to know. All right. Should make it possible in theory for Ruka versus Madness. Gotcha, I understand. Okay. Well, I'm glad. Good. Glad to know it supports that at least. Hopefully they expand it to support network at some point. So at least that's a step in the right direction. Because if you look at the reviews on it, you'll find that just about every single person on there is complaining about the network. The lack of network support. So hopefully that's a step in the right direction. Waiting room would be interesting given the nature of local network play connections, but Hamachi style bridging would basically work for mailing local into internet wide. Yeah, if we could do something like that, get a few people in. It'd definitely have to be more than 2 people. But if we could ever set that, that'd be nice. I'll have to look into that. Never seen RoboCop. Is it still worth watching today? The movie? Oh, 1000% Vice. The movie RoboCop is amazing. RoboCop 2 is okay. RoboCop 3... is a sequel with a number 3 in its title. RoboCop 3, the soundtrack's all right. RoboCop 3 is awful. RoboCop 3 is so bad. Movie-wise. Making, not mailing. Oh, making. Okay, gotcha. Did I say mailing? I don't remember. Super supports remote play, There's too much stuff for me to read. This is the same question as if you were stranded on an island. Which games would you bring? Oh, well, if that's the case, if I was bringing them to an island... If I was bringing games to an island, I'll do that one in a sec. Let me see. Vice OG RoboCop 1. Yes, sequels after that were too campy, especially the third one. Third one's painful. Rocket Pack. Who's got a Rocket Pack? RoboCop 3. Yeah, one of the greatest movies of all time. RoboCop is really good. RoboCop 3 was my first RoboCop movie. Really? I was lucky enough to see them in order. I was a little older, but I was lucky enough to see them in order. Okay, NES games if I had to pick to bring to a desert island. Stranded on a desert island, I can only bring I can only bring 5 games. Dragon Warrior 4 for sure. Maniac Mansion for sure. Probably Kirby's Adventure for sure. I'm not going to put Quattro in there because that'd be unfair. They're 4 games apiece. So I'm going to say Dragon Warrior 4 for sure. Kirby's Adventure for sure. Kirby's Adventure. Darn. I'm trying to think length. if I was trapped on an island. Maybe, probably Castlevania 3, difficulty and everything. So Castlevania 3, Dragon Warrior 4, Kirby's Adventure. Well, Kirby's Adventure is just too easy, though. Castlevania 3, Dragon Warrior 4. Lone Ranger, just because there's so much going on in it, at least I could revisit it. I'm moving down here to see. One of the Tetrises, I'm not sure which. I'd have to think about that. And even though it's an easy game that I could play through in a heartbeat, I might do Star Trek 25th Anniversary because guilty pleasure. I don't know, though. The truth is, Sammy, that might change. It might change because if I'm doing a desert island, I might just be bringing the longest games I can. So it might turn out to be just JRPGs. It might be just JRPGs. I'd have to really think about it. Speaking of RoboCop 3's Rocket Pack, anyone ever remember Rocketeer? Yes! I love the Rocketeer movie. See, and Rocketeer's always been weird for me. That's one of those ones I want to love. I have tried watching it several times over the years, and I don't know why. It just doesn't hit for me. There are so many superhero movies from that time period that do, and that one doesn't. The Shadow hits for me. The Phantom hits for me. But for whatever reason, the Rocketeer, something doesn't click for me. Dick Tracy does for me. RoboCop, Total Recall, Starship Troopers, the Holy Trinity of Paul Verhoeven. I appreciate what Rocketeer was trying to do. I thought he was so cool as a kid. Yeah, it's like I appreciate what it could have been. But there are things about it that just don't work for... That don't work for me. Like, the more I think about it without spoiling it, the more I think about it, the bubblegum thing. The more you think about it, the dumber it feels. I mean, it feels okay for the quick fix, but the more you think about it as something left permanent, the dumber it feels. Rocketeer does have really... Oh, let me back this up. Welcome in, Subway Man. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night or day, depending on time zone. Rocketeer does have really good pacing, but it wasn't for me. I need to watch. I do want to watch again. And it's got Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton equals amazing, usually. That movie is why I used to chew a lot of gum. Nito. Oh, dear. I don't know what Twin Opinion just said. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. It's amazing. It's amazingly paced, has great editing. Kind of reminds me of, like, Tombstone in that respect. I need to revisit it. I will. I would. The Blu-ray's out of print. Thank you, Disney. I still need to watch a Dick Tracy movie. It's right up my alley. Dick Tracy, I did not like when I was when I first saw it as a little tiny Madamus, and I thought it sucked. I revisited it as an adult, and it was just like, wow, this is a visually beautiful movie. It's just a great film noir, super colorful film noir experience across the board. Grr, these out of print Blu-rays. Well, Disney's gonna Disney. Well, I'll tell you my favorite part. of the Rocketeer was, I think the Blu-ray was billed as like a 25th anniversary edition or something, and it had no special features. Disney used to do that all the time, chat. Disney would release Blu-rays and DVDs that were labeled as like a special edition, an anniversary edition, and wouldn't have anything. No audio commentary, maybe not even the trailer. A good example is, other than Rocketeer, a good example is Adventures in Babysitting, which I love, the Evil Mouse, yeah. Oh, and they by the way, speaking of the Evil Mouse, they fired their entire home video division. I mean entire. They just laid off their entire home video division, which says either they're done or it's all in the hands of Sony. Now, I've heard that Sony has taken over the home video distribution, so I'm going to guess it's in Sony's... I'm going to guess Sony now is in some sort of control. Hopefully that translates to them licensing stuff out to a lot of third parties. That's all I can hope with that. Brutal. They also fired their animators. Yeah, and they did a bunch of their marketing department too, including someone who apparently was their entire, like, link to tons of stores around the nation. And they let him go. Just give up the rights, Disney, if you're going to be that way. Oh, yeah, I hope... That is the one hope. I'm a sucker for comic book heroes. Indeed. Yeah, if you haven't seen The Phantom from the 90s, well worth your time. It just got a great restoration from what I'm hearing. Yeah, my hope is Disney has... I just hope that them firing everyone means that they're going to license more. But I don't think it will. I would love to see stuff in the hands of... I would love to see something like Arrow releasing Watcher in the Woods and doing what Anchor Bay tried to do. Okay, y'all want I've said it before, but y'all want the short version of the Watcher in the Woods on DVD saga? You can put ones in chat if you want me to go on about this. If not, I'll go back to the tier list. I'm going to take a hydration break in the meantime. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. One's okay. All right, Sony took over YouTube DMC. Takedowns are about to be absolutely nuts. No, I don't think so. I think the DMCAs are coming to an end because of some court decision, from what I'm hearing. I don't know if that's true. You'll probably see copyright flags, but not like channel takedown, not takedowns and strikes. I think the days of strikes are coming to an end, I hope. Okay, short version, Watcher in the Woods. Watcher in the Woods, coming to theaters in 1980. It is a PG-rated horror film meant to be for all ages. The original test screening of the movie does horribly. Remember Sony Music label? Barely. Not much. I barely do. I didn't buy a lot of music until soundtracks later on. Okay, Watcher in the Woods, 1980 horror movie for families. Disney does a preview screening. Screening goes terribly. Disney brings in another director to shoot a replacement ending, and they hack away big portions of the movie. They cut the movie down by like 20 minutes and change the whole ending. Okay, flash forward to the to around, I don't know, let's say 2000 or 1998 into 2000. Anchor Bay licenses a bunch of Disney movies to be a distributor for, including Watcher in the Woods. Anchor Bay, the rules are that Anchor Bay can release anything that was shown in theaters. So Anchor Bay decides, we're going to release the preview cut, the premiere cut. It was shown in theaters. Anchor Bay goes to Disney. Disney says, oh, it doesn't exist. We don't have it. Those film cans were destroyed. Anchor Bay has a friend working at Disney who goes through the Disney vault, which apparently was and probably still is a mess. They spent their lunch hours going through the vault, and they located every single film can, and they found all the lost footage. Disney gets in touch with, or Anchor Bay gets in touch with Disney, gives them a list of the film cans they want. Disney decides to be dicks about it and says, fine, you can have them, but you're only allowed access for 48 hours. Over a period of 48 hours, Anchor Bay completely reassembles the premiere preview cut of the movie. Anchor Bay announces a DVD, which is going to be a 2-disc set, including the theatrical cut and the original premiere cut of Watcher in the Woods, complete with THX restoration, certification, whatever. Disney steps in and says, Disney spends now the next 6 months, maybe a year, arguing with Anchor Bay. Anchor Bay goes back and forth. Disney keeps trying to play these little cards like, oh, well, we'll let you do it, but you have to leave this scene out because we think this is inappropriate for younger audiences. This movie is being marketed toward adult collectors at this point. It's a movie from the 1980s, a horror movie from the 1980s. And Disney is coming back saying, no, 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 we think this was cut because we heard this and whatnot. Anchor Bay flat out asks them in the board meeting, apparently during the meeting, have any of you members of this board who are calling for these changes and who do not want us to release this, have any of you actually seen this movie? Not a single hand is raised. In the end, Anchor Bay is not allowed to release that version of the movie. They release the theatrical cut only. There are little bits and pieces and hints that the premiere cut was going to be on that DVD. Comments on the cover saying about how you will see the Watcher for the first time, or like you've never seen it before. There were all these little hints because they were reusing the cover that had been designed and made changes. There's the only thing they were allowed to include were two versions of the original ending as special features. That's it. Flash forward. Disney gets the rights back to Watcher in the Woods. The rights expire with Anchor Bay. The assumption is Disney didn't want Anchor Bay releasing it because they wanted to make the money off of it. So the assumption is Disney got the rights back. They're going to reissue it now with the full cut. Instead, Disney releases a version of the movie that is the theatrical cut in lower quality. It doesn't have the THX certification. It doesn't look as good. That no longer includes the audio commentary. And it includes the alternate endings, but it now includes them in much lower 4:3 letterbox quality instead of 16:9 widescreen quality. Flash forward to the Blu-ray era. Disney releases a Blu-ray of the movie exclusive to their movie club. That includes the original endings as special features again, and includes the original opening, but only as a special feature again. Disney has all of the stuff, and they still wouldn't release it. And they didn't want Anchor Bay releasing. Oh, and one other part of the Anchor Bay story. Anchor Bay, someone who was in charge of the project, tried getting in touch with Roy Disney because they thought if anyone at Disney would be more concerned with seeing this getting released properly, it's going to be Roy Disney. Instead, Roy Disney apparently was fuming because he didn't know why the company was licensing out their movies to other third-party distributors to begin with instead of releasing them themselves. So yeah. Some have argued that Disney company hasn't been the same ever since Roy stepped down as CEO. I didn't know he ever was CEO. I can tell you, I think it would have been better. Disney, say what you will about Disney, Disney was better under the Michael Eisner era. Everyone always likes to crap on Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner kept Disney afloat before Bob Iger. Michael Eisner kept Disney from being sold off. Eisner would have done a much better job. Let me back it up. Let's see, what do we got? Remember Sony Music. Surprisingly, Sony, not Nintendo, is the enforcer, making the distinct lack of your Earthbound video game music on YouTube. Really? Okay, that's interesting. Serious dedication. Sony has Earthbound soundtrack album rights, and they enforce it even when Nintendo gives permission for Earthbound music. Interesting. Huh. Bro, Sag. Disney, ladies and gentlemen, indeed. Some have argued that Disney, from fairy tale dreams to legal nightmares, on my mistake. No worries. Yeah, I didn't think he ever was. But he used to have some pull, but never enough pull. Because Roy Disney tried to get a Song of the South released on DVD and Blu-ray. Roy Disney was a big force trying to get Song of the South released, and every time it was about to be released, there was a DVD reportedly prepared. The execs would pull the rug out from under it. Bob Iger is essentially just trying to hold stuff together. My sister-in-law had to step down when he left in like 2020. And then he came back and then he left again. I don't know. Now I forget who the name of the person who's in charge now is. But Iger made a lot of Iger was just a wealth of questionable choices. I look at Iger, and you look at Iger, and what did he do? He was, there to buy Marvel and to buy Star Wars and then break them, which makes no sense. How do you buy things like that and then break? How do you slaughter the golden geese? Not the golden goose, the golden geese, like all of them. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't understand the hatred for Eisner. There is a whole thing, like people have said, Bob Iger's already been put into the Disney Hall of Fame or whatever, but Michael Eisner never has. And I don't get it. Michael Eisner, to me, he was doing, I don't know. I feel like he as a CEO was historically pretty darn good. And took some interesting chances. He's not in the Disney? No, they gave it to Iger immediately once he retired. As far as I know, Eisner is still MIA. There's just a hatred for Eisner, and I don't understand what it is. Because you look at the stuff that came out of the Eisner era, and a lot of good stuff. And an interesting period, too, bringing Disney back to TV. There's this whole period where he was trying to do the Disney, Wonderful World of Disney stuff on network television. And he even did like intros for all the stuff that would air, just like Walt Disney used to, trying to sort of recapture that vibe. Yeah, I don't get it. One last thing about the Watcher in the Woods story. There's also a connection to a movie Disney had, a musical called The Happiest Millionaire. Part of what caused them to block Watcher in the Woods, Anchor Bay had licensed and released a movie called The Happiest Millionaire, which was one of Disney's musicals, which they had chopped up from its original. There was a theatrical cut and the original extended roadshow version, which had like intermissions and overtures and whatnot. Anchor Bay released the roadshow cut, and I guess whoever was CEO at the time, it might have been Iger, saw a review in a glowing review in one of the trades for the DVD of Disney's The Happiest Millionaire, and then he saw at the bottom that it was released by Anchor Bay, and apparently he was like fuming and mad that another company had outdone Disney with Disney's own movies, and was like basically trying to screw up. He and his people then were just trying to screw over Anchor Bay every way they could on everything that Anchor Bay had licensed. Disney started claiming that Anchor Bay adding menus to the movies, okay, play, chapter select, audio select, was adding footage to the movies and qualified as modifying it from its original theatrical cut, and they tried to argue that would make their contract null and void. That is a next level stupidity. Michael Eisner did show some care and passion for the company. Yeah, he tried. If you look at it, he did. I don't know what all the negatives were with him. I know there are a lot, but The 80s were a bad time for Disney, period. They really were. The 80s were a bad time for Disney. They almost got bought by 20th Century Fox until The Little Mermaid basically saved the day. But you look at that era and there's a lot of good stuff that came out of it. There's so much good that came out of it. Okay. Chat, we were doing a tier list, weren't we? Oh my gosh. The tangents, y'all! RoboCop. It's kind of a platformer, but not. There's no jumping, which makes sense. RoboCop is a heavy piece of machinery. He should not be able to jump. Okay, should not be able to jump. It's an action game, but and it looks good. Visually, I've always thought this looks good. The thing about this that's annoying is the changing of the weapons. Like it shows there a pistol. As you walk through levels, he can barely fit in his car. Yeah, much less jump. RoboCop. This game, as you reach different points in the level, it will decide to switch you from being able to shoot to being able to punch to being able to shoot, which sucks because you're expected to just punch a bunch of enemies instead of being able to just shoot them real quickly. And as a result, you have to do a lot of timing, like here with a motorcycle thing. You got to time the punches. A lot of the characters, too, take more than one punch. In reality, no character should survive one punch from RoboCop. One punch should do it. I want to say he can aim diagonally too, but not up. I don't remember. Yeah, mini copters, that's weird. He's a super cop, but he's very vulnerable. He can be hurt pretty easily. So you wind up losing, like here, fighting against this boss. Who takes a ton of hits. You wind up, you lose a lot of power, and you have a timer. You have a timer in it, and I don't know if it's because RoboCop's running out of energy like Ultraman or what. Visually, it's a good game, though. I'm trying to remember, was there anything else in this besides the... I want to say there are some variations. No. I guess not. Dark in there, okay. This is an awful screen. Man, that is awful color right there. Having the background the same as the character, that is not good. Now, the music on it is good. The music is good. It uses the RoboCop theme really well. Dun 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 dun. Even though it sounds a little too cheerful, it's really well done with that. I like RoboCop. Do I like it better than some of these? Let me see. Yeah, I do. I'm giving RoboCop C tier. It's not bad, but it's not good. It's fine. Let me just see. What did Ultimate Nintendo Guide give it? 6.1. What'd they give it? I'm just curious. Oh, they gave it a 60%, really? Okay. The graphics are decent. Music is limited. It never serves as a distraction. See, I remembered the music being pretty good. Controls are a mixed bag. RoboCop can shoot in almost any direction. He moves slow. Yeah, you walk as slow as RoboCop. RoboCop does not run. Cannot jump. Stairs are quite possibly the biggest nuisance. Yes, requiring the player to get exactly right spot to climb them. Somewhat flawed, but overall enjoyable game. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. RoboCop 2. I don't like. RoboCop 2, there are a few different versions of this. Which one is it going to be? Is it this one? Probably not. That's the arcade version. There are different versions of this. Oh. Yeah, there we go. NES and Game Boy. Okay, NES and Commodore. Okay. Screenshot. RoboCop 2. He's a super... it's a total opposite of the Robot Arcade, which had limited platform. Did it? Yeah, I seem to remember that, Sammy. I seem to remember that it had some platforming. Did Matt ever play the 2020 RoboCop game? I didn't. I watched a ton of streams of it. And I always thought, ooh, that looks fun. Okay, Luciano, I'm going to keep my eyes open. Unless it's been delisted, maybe I'll pick that one up sometime. Because I remember Fanatical had a bundle with it and all the add-ons. 2023. Oh, is that the year it was released? Pick it now. Oh, I'm going to let me make sure it's added. 75% off. Let me see how much that is compared to the price I've seen it. Unfinished Business is only, well, that's not bad. Rogue City, $11.24. I've seen it less. I've seen it for like less than $5, Luciano. And that was with all of the add-on packs. I'm gonna wait because digital, you know how I am, but I do need to add it to my thing. I'm gonna keep my eyes on the on Fanatical. I should have bought it. Fanatical had it one time, bundle with all the add-on packs for $5 USD. Darn it, stupid Madamus, stupid Madamus. Yeah, I can't bring myself to pay 11. I'm gonna have to be too cheap. RoboCop 2 on NES. RoboCop 2 on NES has wonderful looking menus and title screens. The title screen for RoboCop 2 looks fantastic. The little cutscene graphics look amazing. Although it's odd how his helmet's so shiny and yet he's got bullet dents. Ocean Soft, yeah, it's Ocean. And Ocean is trouble. Because the game itself kind of sucks. It is a platformer. It has a lot of jumping. RoboCop moves kind of faster than he should. And he is very slippery. Now, in reality, RoboCop should not be slippery. He's so heavy that you shouldn't have to worry about his momentum carrying him as he walks, really. This, I thought, was a boring game. I don't remember that. Okay, it's got a training shooting part. Same dev team as Jurassic Park. Yeah. Is it? Is it the same dev team? I believe it. Because visually, it looks the same. It's a very... But thank you for letting me know on that, Luciano. And Luciano, thank you for reminding me of that game. I kept forgetting about that one. That was one of those ones that when I first started streaming, I told myself I need to pick this up and do it. And then I keep forgetting about it. Thank you. I don't know whether I want to put it there or D tier. I want to see what Ultimate Guide says. 6.0 feels so generous. They gave, yeah, there. Thank you. Good. I'm glad it's not just me. Ultimate Nintendo Guide on this chat says, unlike the previous game, RoboCop can only fire straight ahead. I forgot that. Weaponry is limited to the standard Auto 9 and a punch that triggers only when enemies get too close. Music's unremarkable. Graphics are far more embellished and cartoony. Yeah, agreed. Than the first game. One of the most disappointing sequels on the NES. Oof. Yeah, no, I'm leaving it here because the truth is, I'm asking myself, would I rather play RoboCop than Rambo? And the answer is actually no. Would I rather play RoboCop than Rocky and Bullwinkle. The answer is yes. Would I rather play it than Indiana Jones and Last Crusade Ubisoft version? The jury's out. And now for something completely different. RoboCop 3. What do you mean something completely different? Just hang on. I mean, it's not. Actually, it's a very similar game. RoboCop 3 on NES, which is a different game than SNES and Genesis got. 5.8, I disagree with that so much. Come on, screenshots. RoboCop 3 on NES. Story-wise, it sucks just like the movie. Okay, the title screen is a bit concerning. The title screen is a bit concerning where RoboCop's holding a little girl who's holding an Uzi. Yeah, title screen is not is this part looks good. This looks good. This is a little. The reviewers were generous. They were generous on RoboCop 2. I actually like this one, Sammy. I'm going to give this one higher marks. RoboCop 3. Once you get past the title screen. First of all, music on is okay. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. Interesting stuff with the way it does the missions and setting it up with like your ROM BIOS. It's kind of nifty. Gameplay wise, he does not look yellow as you play. He must have been hit. So it's shooting. You could shoot in, I think, pretty much any direction. It is a platformer. You do jump way too high for RoboCop. I mean, he does jump high, higher than ever should be. What is interesting about this game is right there, where it shows your efficiency 77%. As you get hit and your efficiency goes down, different systems get damaged. It'll say your leg systems are damaged and you suddenly can't walk for like a couple seconds. Your head unit will get damaged and it'll make it where you face the wrong direction for a few seconds while it like reboots. Your arms, which will make it where you can't shoot, and that sucks. There are different weapons too. You can get some missiles, auto shots, three-way shots. And as you go, and this is where the game is really difficult, but it's also, there's lots of debuffs, but there's also something that's cool, but there's not enough coolness. As you go, you collect items for repair. And when you finish a level, whenever you finish a level, you have to repair the parts of RoboCop that are the most damaged. The problem is, by collecting these little P things, the problem is there are not enough of those P things. So you could wind up starting the next level with a hell of a lot of damage. With a lot of damage. If the game was a little more generous with those P things, it would be really good. And it's short too. I think it's only like 4 levels, 3 or 4 levels. As you go boss battle against some sort of ninja, you have to fight the ninja things. Eventually level 3, you don't jump anymore. You've got the jetpack. Like in the movie. The jetpack, yeah, kind of yeah, they tried some things with it. You've got the jetpack, like in the movie. I could have done without that, because I don't like the jetpack. It doesn't control very well. I never got to the tank boss of level 3. How many levels are there? Backtrack's the same level. Level 4, okay, so there are only 4 bosses. It is a short game, and it is difficult. It is a difficult game with a computer geek in the background. I guess you have to do some stuff on there. I don't know how that works. Okay. I don't know how that works, but RoboCop 3, I want to see how it was reviewed by Ultimate Nintendo Guide. Critics gave it 51. I don't think it's good, but I don't think it's bad. I had a RoboCop toy when I was a kid. Nice. You know what, Luciano? I still have a little tiny RoboCop figure, and he had the jetpack. Let's go. So I still have a little RoboCop figure. And it is a RoboCop 3. It doesn't have the jetpack. It's a small one. But he's got the little missile-like adapter thing for his hand. You can remove it. You can remove his hand and put on a little like missile adapter weapon. And it's got, it takes little watch batteries, little cell batteries to make like a machine gun sound. You hold down the, yep. And he would talk when you press a button in his chest. Okay, and see mine, you press the button in his chest and it just makes a gun sound. It just, I did that poorly. You know, I mean, sounds. Nice. Nice, Luciano. I want to say I picked mine up later. It was when they were being clearanced at a KB Toys here in the US. All right, what did Ultimate Nintendo Guide say? They gave it higher. They gave it 50%. Late in the game, RoboCop acquires jetpack, which you must use fly through the level, picking up fuel icons along the way. It's not quite as good as the original, but solid on its own and still worth a play. I think that's suiting. I think that's fitting. One day at night, I don't know what happened, but he started to talk on his own, waking me and my brother up. Oh, that's creepy. Oh, that would scare the hell out of me, Luciano. Drop it. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Wow, that would freak me out, man. That would freak me out. Glitch in the machine. That's like those Furbies coming to life in people's closets. The ghost in the Furby. I am RoboCop. And you're not. So the question is, where does it belong? Does it belong in D tier or does it belong in C tier? We removed the batteries and never put it back. Amen to that. Yeah. It might have been some corrosion with the button. Is my only guess. Maybe some corrosion was causing it to like make a connection. RoboCop 3, best of the trilogy. You know, not of the movies, that's for sure. I don't know. It's making me reconsider the second one. I'm moving the second one down to D. I'm putting them both in D tier. Ghost and Furby standalone complex. Oh gosh, yep. I'm actually moving them both down to D. No, I'm not. I think C, and I do think C. I really do like this game. I like this game, but it's tough as nails. Yeah, I'm putting both C. They're both close enough. I think so too. But baby Lucy thought the toy was possessed. Yep. I would have too. Oh my gosh, no kidding. Hydration break, chat. You gotta drink. Take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I think we're close to done with the R's. No, we're not. Especially since Chucky was a huge movie at the time. Oh yeah. No kidding. I didn't even watch those as a kid, but the trailers alone, yeah. And knowing that it was a possessed doll. Oh, and big also at the time, from what I remember. At the time of those toys. Would have been, even though not with kids, but as a horror movie, Puppet Master. The direct-to-video Chuckies. Puppet Master from Charles Band. The whole series of those. Yeah, between Chucky and Puppet Master. Oof. Big with Tom Hanks. Not that kind of big. Actually, I never like... so I'm going to level with... I do not like Big as a movie. I never really liked it as a kid. I don't know why. And now I feel even more weirded out by it because you got to realize something. Tom Hanks, when he becomes, transformed into an adult, he's still like 11, 12 years old. And he basically loses his virginity to the 20-something-year-old woman coworker when he's 11. Once you start thinking about that, you realize this movie is messed up. This is not good. This is bad. This is bad. This is so bad. This is so awful. This is awful. It is bad. I mean, didn't he? Did he lose it? Or was she just hanging out with him? I don't remember. I thought so. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I can't be wrong. I know that. Okay. I gotta look it up. I gotta look at Toy Story is a horror movie if you think about it. Yeah, kind of, sort of. I gotta look that up now. Did Tom Hanks character in Big... I hate typing this. I hate typing. Moo, forgive me. Welcome in, Moo. How was your stream? By the way, chat, be sure if you are a member of my chat, if you are a member of my chat and have not subscribed to Moo, be sure to do so. She does all sorts of cool content. She was streaming tonight. I was planning to raid into you if I ever end, but I never end. Welcome in. And you streamed this morning too, didn't you? I got rage baited by an 8-ball. What were you playing anyway? What were you doing tonight? Let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. And then I'm going to look up the Tom Hanks Big. We're trying to figure out if something bad happened in Big. Something very, very bad. Splatoon. Okay. I have never played Splatoon. I have never played... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, Splatoon. I've never played it. Did you have fun? I hope you had a good stream. Hope you had an amazing stream. What did I miss? Oh, and you raided too. I didn't even know you raided. I didn't even know it was a raid. Welcome in, raiders. Oh my gosh, this thing didn't give me an alert correctly. But welcome in, Moo. Got rage baited by an 8-ball. Hello again, Moo. The ending of Toy Story kind of is a horror film. Yeah, when you think about it, yeah. Guess my rating suggestion didn't work tonight. Indeed. Reddit says yes. Did it? Thank you, Luciano. Now I don't have to type in, did Tom Hanks have sex? Wait, no, that is not something I should have said out loud. Splatoon 2 tryhard DLC. But I am not tryhardy enough. Gotcha. What was that about Tom Hanks? So, okay. No, it wasn't. I don't think. Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, in any case, regardless, welcome in, Moo. Welcome in. You'll get there quick. I think you'll get there pretty quick. Your search history is cooked. I didn't have to type it. Luciano's Luciano typed it for me. I just typed, did Tom Hanks clip the moment? No! Okay, so basically, have you ever seen the movie Big, Moo? And anyone in chat? Okay, I don't like the movie Big with Tom Hanks, but basically Tom Hanks makes a wish about like becoming an adult, and this evil demonic carnival machine fortune teller grants his wish, and he turns from being like a 12-year-old kid into being a mid-20s-year-old man. And during the period where he is a 12-year-old in a 25-year-old's body, he has his first schmexual experience with a coworker. And at the time, you're thinking, well, there's nothing to that. You know, it's a little coming-of-age story because he's a kid now who's an adult. But then by the end of the movie, and I'll go ahead and spoil it. By the end of the movie, he's trying to get back to being a kid again and finds a way to get turned back. You know how it is. Typical. I mean, it's easy to read as a movie. So that becomes, is this a PEDO situation by accident on behalf of the writers? Because the more you think about it, the more it's like, oh God. Oh no, this is not good. And if I were the coworker that had been with him, because she's like helping him out at the end, I think I would have been freaking out so much. I think if I were in her shoes, and then I found out that he was 12, I don't know how I would have mentally handled any of this. Let me see. As for Chucky, I remember the My Buddy and Me commercial jingles. Gotcha. That scene was left up to audience interpretation, but it seems to imply Mr. Hanks did sleep with co-workers. He was a bit too high-spirited after that. Indeed. Yeah. Yep. That's a nightmare scenario. Everyone's going to jail. Yeah, he was like gone from home for like like a weekend. He shows up at home. Oh my gosh, yeah, the more you think about it, it's just bad. It's just so bad. Everyone who wrote that should be going to jail. The last scene in the movie, she sees him turning back into a child. Yeah. So can you imagine the amount of therapy she had to have? Because I'm not even a therapy person. That would drive me to therapy. But then how would you even explain that? How would you not? I mean, you'd go to therapy and you'd wind up in jail. You'd wind up in jail. Well, I swear I didn't know he was. Yeah, no. You think this is something that would come up during the writing process? Yeah, you'd think the writers would be like, you know, it's a good scene, but the 1980s were such a more innocent time. The 1980s were such an innocent time. People didn't think like that. Everything was fine. My neighbor had one of those My Buddy and Me dolls, and it freaked him the heck out after he watched the Chucky movie. Oh, I can imagine. Oh, I can only imagine. The people who approved it, yep. I'm gonna guess that they were just too innocent. I'm gonna hope they were just too innocent, unless they were living out some secret fantasy. They were either, this is not, can we move on? The movie's not edgy enough. We need something illegal. Well, we've already got, we've got the underage drinking and everything. What's next? Oh. Robo Warrior. Oh, but move for you coming in and anyone else who's coming in. Anyone else who's arrived late. We're just going through the NES games in the back library. And I'm doing a tier list of them. And I will play some of the bad ones eventually too, including Barbie. Yeah, I've got Barbie. Howard the Duck. Oh, Howard Duck have sex with a woman in his movie, and it was the weirdest thing. I forgot about that, Luciano. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. Howard the Duck. Yep. Chat, at the risk of no longer being a say-so streamer, because I'm a say-so streamer, right? Madam says, but no, Barbie girl, no Barbie, well, no. At the risk of no longer being a say-so streamer, and on the subject of Howard the Duck, I feel it's important for me to point something out. No one cared about censorship back then. I think it's important. Your say-so. I'm totally say-so. But I need to point something out. That's totally, it's nature. Okay, this is nature. Chat, okay, for those of you who didn't know, ducks have a corkscrew penis. You're welcome. And suddenly Howard the Duck becomes a whole different thing. I would say look it up, but that blood's on your hands. I would say that's not where I thought this was going. That's the first thing that unfortunately entered my mind. It's funny to think at the topic. This is such a mad, yeah, this is just getting, yeah. Oh boy. I just Googled Howard the Duck. I'm scared. Yeah, Howard the Duck. George Lucas. This is the point when I start questioning George Lucas more as a director and producer. Here's the guy behind Star Wars, and he decides, I want to make a comic book movie. What can I pick from Marvel Comics? Oh, I know. Howard the Duck. Wait, don't you want to do... Hey, George, would you like to do X-Men? Would you like to do the Fantastic Four? No, I want to do Howard the Duck. If you've ever seen Howard the Duck, the movie, you know what's at the beginning of it. It's been a while since I've seen it. I've got the DVD, don't have the Blu-ray. It's been a long time since I've watched that. Best that's whoever. No, it's not, Daylin. Don't say that. It's the worst. Oh my gosh, no. It's I forget because of how long it's been. Yeah, I forget too. I don't remember. Yo, Daily, I don't remember. He looks so creepy. Yeah, the animatronics, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the movie. There are a lot. It's got a cult following. It ain't it's never been my jam. It's one of those 80s. I love 80s movies. I love 80s movies. I think 80s has, you got your Dark Crystal, you got your Labyrinth, Never Ending Story. There's so many cool movies in the 80s. RoboCop, like we were talking about. But Howard the Duck, for me, it bombed at the time, and I can't say for me it's gotten better with age. A lot of people love it, and if you love it, good. Yeah. Where were we? I want to say it starts with someone getting unalived, but I'm not certain because so many's from around then did. Yeah. Howard the Duck is a Marvel IP. Yep, it is a Marvel. Howard the Duck is Marvel. We're just waiting for Disney to put that into the next Avengers movie because that won't make it worse. I'm surprised they didn't put Howard the Duck into Guardians of the Galaxy. That it probably would have fit. I would tell you, but I'm afraid I might get banned. Thank you so much. I'll look it up later. Thank you, Vice. I barely remember. All right, fine. Here. Whoops, wrong browser. I'm not going to do it in Chrome. All right, fine. Here. DuckDuckGo. To the Howard the Duck movie. What's the opening? They did put him there, man. Wait. Oh, did they? In the first and second movie, he has cameo. Really? I didn't even notice it. Oh my gosh, I never even noticed it, Luciano. I'm going to have to take a second look. Beginning intro scene. I don't want to watch it. Oh, forget it. I'll look it up later because I don't want to do this. I thought it would just have text. I was looking for text. Yeah, forget it. I'm already gonna be in enough trouble. Robo Warrior. Let's go back to Nintendo. I want to finish the R's at least. Okay. Bomberman. Bomber King. Okay, so Robo Warrior chat on NES from Jalico is a retitling. In Japan, this was Bomber King. This is a spin-off pseudo-sequel to Bomberman. And once you start playing it, you can tell it's like Bomberman with a story mode. Bomberman adventure type thing. Oh wow, I don't remember the good-looking intro. Pretty good visually on that. You put you factor in dithering with that and the blurring of CRT. That's beautiful. Zed lands on Altile. I kind of like a single player Bomberman. Yeah, this is similar to Bomberman. If you take the Bomberman setup, but you add a gun in addition to the bombs. And you add that sort of world, bombing your way through all these different openings, using bombs with a lot of the enemy, but also able to shoot. Did Zed bring Rita? Ba-dum-bum. Yeah, this is one of those games that's really a hidden gem that is not super expensive. If you're starting to collect for NES, it won't set you back. Yeah, it's got mini bosses too. It's got bosses and mini bosses. I don't even remember that. Barely. Yeah, the stairs lead to the underworld. Apparently you need a lamp. So it's got some different adventure things. I want to say it's got a password set up too for the continues. Because it's got a continue mode. I think it uses a password. Yeah, because there's all sorts of items and whatnot that you can collect. Dun, 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 dun. It's got good music too. I remember dun, 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 dun. I do remember it having good music. One of the essential items, most levels, the key to the exit. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. 6.4. I think that it's better than that. I want to see what Ultimate Nintendo Guide said. I like Ultimate Nintendo Guide. They gave it a 70%. That sounds a phenomenal soundtrack. Yep. Plays as you work your way painstakingly through the stages. You're a skilled player who enjoys merciless old school challenge. Give this one a try. Yeah, it's tough. I do remember that. I remember it being tough. It's not a D. I'm giving this one a B, chat. If I could get up to the B's again. Yeah. Man, we're only on the R's. It's NES hard, but it's good NES hard. I'm giving it a B. Rockin' Ball. Okay, this is one I just recently picked up. I'm going to change that. There we go. Rockin' Ball is one I just recently picked up. Rockin' Ball, chat, is one I pat. Your collection is awesome. Thank you, Ruka. I always feel bad showing it, and I've said this before, because it feels like I'm bragging, and I don't mean to. I don't mean it to be bragging. Oh, good. It's not going to open. Oh, there we go. So, Rockin' Ball, chat. This is one I recently picked up. I never picked it up because I saw this cover. I thought that this was an exercise game. I thought this was, so there's some exercise titles on the NES, like Stadium Events was, I think, the name of one. They were games to be played with the power pad, where you were supposed to stand in place, run in place, do some jumping and whatnot. I remember seeing this as a little Madamus, and I thought it was an exercise game. I saw him, I'm looking at the way he's dressed. That was what I saw. Was this. I didn't notice everything else. Well, you earned the bragging rights with dedications to put it together for archival purposes. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ruka. I appreciate it. Miss Lonnie said it best. Think of it like a museum curator sharing history of gaming. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate it, but I'll always be humble about it. It's something I'll always be humble about, because at the end of the day, it is just stuff. And stuff doesn't last forever. But I appreciate it. Rocket Stove, that's crazy artwork. Yeah, it's not a D. It's NES hard. Your statements contradict. Oh, God. Seems like a reasonable assumption. Yeah. Yeah, so oops, I bumped the mic. Sorry about that. So it turns out it's pinball. And it's pinball with like multiple player modes and everything else. And like competitive pinball games. Oh, is Moby Game slowing down? No. So you got basic, I guess this is the rock table because it says rock. And I want to say this was actually programmed by Namco, but it was released by some other company that I don't know of anything else they did. Oh, come on. Really? Are you gonna lock up on this? Am I going to have to close it again? Nah. All right, let's try this. Did it open finally? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Refresh. Refresh hasn't been working. Moby Games gets weird at times, and it like doesn't want you to keep looking at it. All right, I'm going to type it here. Rock and ball. I need a screech. I don't know what it is about them. Let me try it here with let me try to reopen it here. Well, that's the same Moby Games one. Okay, let me open this one from Moby Games and try visiting the site from there. All right, it's going to take a minute. Point being, it's a bunch of different pinball stuff. It's a pinball game, and it is a really good pinball game. A cutting room floor, I guess there's a bunch of stuff they left out of it, too. I guess there's a bunch of stuff. Let me open this up according to cutting room floor, just out of curiosity. US version contains unused, unfinished screen, asking for name, age, other details. Unused cheats. Baseball fighter. Okay. I don't know that. All right. Let me get back to screenshots. Here's the, just to show some of the other pinball games. So here's a competitive one. Almost like foosball. Soccer pinball. So I guess you use the flippers to try to hit the balls into goals. Same with the ice hockey. Variations on a theme. I remember this being a really good pinball game. It doesn't even have a Moby score. This is one of those ones that everyone seems to have missed, and it isn't hard to get. If you go on eBay and look for this one, it's not prohibitively expensive. You can find it for probably $30, I'd guess. I want to say I paid around the $20 mark, which I hate doing, but I did. Something about holes and goals? No! The whole game is a nicely designed package, but these competitive machines are the standouts. Sports machines utilize a single swinging flipper that can be positioned near the goal or center line, while the battle machines use standard pinball flippers. Attack and defense. The object in both modes is to get the ball opponents out hole. Fun mix of pinball and foosball. Yeah, just like I was thinking. It's a good game. It's a good game. At the end of the day, it is pinball. So it's video pinball on an older console, so it is limited. I think it's a B. I think it's a solid B. Just like Robo Warrior. I think this one is a solid B. And Pinball Quest I gave a solid B too. So, Pinball Quest has bad physics, but it's bad physics, but it's a cool idea, an RPG pinball game. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I think we're just going to make it through the R's, and that will be it for the night. We're going to have to save the S's and the T's. Oh, God, it'll probably take a whole stream just for S's. Speaking of the Rocketeer, okay. The Rocketeer, chat. Based on Disney's movie, which wasn't quite a hit. Which one's it going to be? I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the NES one. Okay. So, Rocketeer on NES, chat, is a halfway through the alphabet. More than halfway. Yeah, but Moo, the problem is this is part 5. The problem is this is already the 5th stream. Oh, it's already the 5th stream. Man, this is like Bat and Kaitos. It's like Bat and Kaitos without the gameplay. I never know when to shut up about stuff. I mean, I could make this thing just 5 minutes, you know, just quickly put things in the tier list, but yeah. So the Rocketeer on NES it's got decent cutscenes. It was released by Bandai. It looks okay. And I do mean okay, because it's a platformer. It's an action platformer. You do collect fuel for the rocket pack eventually, instead of grinding levels. You're grinding through the NES library, indeed. Oh, speaking of grinding, yeah, Bat and Kaitos next week will hopefully be the final stream. We're almost done with Bat and Kaitos. I think we're just about, I think the finish line is right there. It's fun, though. Thank you, Moo. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's tough as nails. It gives you plenty of ammo, but like it says even here, interminable supply of gray goons, which are hard to see against this background. The bad guys in this, the villains, the heavies, it sends a lot of them after you. And I want to say this is kind of almost the boss stage here, because where you actually get the jet fuel power-ups outside. Because yeah, you have to eventually you do these flying levels, which are kind of awkward. I mean, you don't even look like you fly half the time. You just kind of stand in the sky. first boss, fighting a plane, and death. Does it even have any other variations to the levels, or are they all platformer? Yeah, they were all platformer. I've never gotten past the first stage, and I have spent a lot of time. I remember sitting and really playing this one, chat. I remember really playing this one, and it's got a lot of, you'll notice too with the background on this, the dithering effect. They really are trying to do a lot of that to take advantage of the NES limitations. This is, for those of you who don't know, a little trick they used to do on NES and Genesis and a lot of other consoles is because of the limit to how many colors that games would have, even with PCs, they would do these dithered backgrounds and then they would let the CRT do the rest. So the CRT, because it was a little bit blurry, would blend those colors together. So suddenly you've got all these other colors. You've got all these, you've got green, but then you've got these blue-green splotches there. You've got the clouds, which you'll have the pure white parts, but then you have the others which are just look like a transparency. So dithering was a nice little trick. There was a purpose to it. Rocketeer is not a game I'm a big fan of. It's not a game I hate, but I'm putting it in D tier. It's tough as nails, and it's just not super fun. Maybe I'll stream it someday, but I'm probably going to stream Barbie first, because I think Barbie, it's so bad. It's so bad. Okay, Rollerball, another pinball game. If Moby Games wants to cooperate. Ignore the fetish.com, it was first stream. I'm going to say that every single time. Moby Games. Let me reopen it. I don't know what the deal is with them. They get really weird. Ever since, I said this earlier, I'll say it again for people coming in. Ever since Atari bought Moby Games, it's almost like they throttle you if you're not a paying user. Animus, the worldwide online gotcha Mega Man X Dive edition was this level of grind, though the rebranded Rockman Time Rift Edition is still so much worse. Really? It was for a stream. Yeah, okay. Yes, it was the BDSM tests. It was for a stream. It was the BDSM tests. It was those. I had looked up several different ones. That was all. That was all. Yeah, we did a stream just talking about fetishes. No. Still Rope Bunny. No! That's all it was. I swear it was interesting. You learned a lot that night. No. Yeah, this is going slow. Rollerball is another pinball game. I'm going to just open it up here. Just less of one, according to a second test. Oh, boy. Yeah. Let me see. Rollerball. I'm trying to keep my eyes wide because of this problem I'm having with my mic. My camera is just making my eyes always look closed if I don't keep them wide lately. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is a haircut issue. Let me brush my hair back a bit. So I do need to get it cut. You learned a lot. Just less one. It was like 60-something% instead of 72. Yeah. Oh, now it's opening. Of course. So Rollerball, which was on MSX, also Matt, you could hover over the history searches and press delete. I know, but I'm always afraid to hover over the history search and press delete to erase it from the cat. Oh, I know. Well, no, these were actually ones I saved. I saved the. I'll remove them. I saved them. Don't delete it. It's funny. I'll leave a few of them. I saved them. I saved them. It's not just history, man. Yay, Fantasy Star's winning. Welcome in, Agnes. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good night. Yeah. Yep. Fantasy Star is ahead this time. So Rollerball on NES is more pinball. Choose a game. Matt, Skyscraper is the main one. Matt is Living History. No! you can save them to hidden bookmark menus. Well, I didn't think about that, Daylin. I didn't know that. I'm not a boomer, but I didn't know it. It's another pinball game. What I remember of this one is that it has good physics. The tables itself, it's got multi-parts. It's good physics for an NES one, but at the end of the day, it also is just kind of a just pinball. I mean, so you don't have to delete. Ah, gotcha. I accidentally deleted two. Well, not accidentally, on purpose. I should have kept them. Oh, well, I could get them again. Is this a different? Oh, that's PC 88. So yeah, this one's just pinball at the end of the day. Good physics, though. I want to see what the review on this was. 7.0, yeah, they probably say it has good physics. Let's see what the Ultimate NES Guide says. 60%. Added bonus is 2-player versus mode, where players compete on the same screen side by side with their own flipper set. Ooh, to try to prevent their total score from lowering to 0 first. Not a bad pinball game and has good layout, but it seems like something's missing here. It falls a bit flat. Yeah, it's good physics. It plays well, but it's nothing special. That's the thing about it. It's nothing special. 7.2 physics. Oh, dear. I'm putting it in C. I like it better than Pinbot. I like it better than Pinbot, and I like it better than, what's the other one? There's another one. High Speed. Oh, I just posted this cartridge online. Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is a Tengen release, chat. Oh, is it locking me again, I guess? Let's see. I had bad time at work. Sorry to hear that. It's announced that I was given order with 26 reject. I'm sorry to hear that. Which didn't allow properly set the voltage. Ooh, require wasted 2 hours because you mixed the material. I'm sorry to hear that, Agnes. Well, hopefully you can unwind tonight. Get it off your mind. Yeah, try not to sweat it. Those things happen. Pinbot sounds like the back library bot alt. Pinbot is a good... It's a real arcade machine. There is a real pinball machine called Pinbot. There is another one also, Bride of Pinbot. The arcade one's pretty good. The real pinball machine's pretty cool. The NES version, not so much. I'll have to look at here. Rolling Thunder. Oh, of course, right when I start typing it. Rolling Thunder on NES. And of course, it's not going to open up. Okay, let's see. Is it open new tab? Let's see if it'll load from that. Ah, this is tormenting me tonight, chat. Once again, anyone who's watching, anyone who's lurking, anyone who's VOD watching, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. While this does the loady load, just a reminder, tomorrow night, we will be doing the Scooby-Doo mystery on Sega Genesis, starting that. And on Friday, we will be doing a watch-along of Cherry 2000. If y'all are looking for a robot wife, you know, to pick up one of the robot bride things or whatever that are, I guess they're becoming a thing. Robot girlfriend. Cherry 2000 is your future. Thank you too. No, not at all. Bride of Pinbot also sounds like an alt, though mostly because a bot. Princess Carrie Avatar. Fair enough. Do we have Pin Man too? No. Sadly, no. Gateway timeout, of course. Covers. Are you gonna open? That's not gonna open anything. Man, this is really getting annoying. I don't know what is going on with this. Maybe Launchbox would have some screenshots. I'm gonna do Launchbox. I usually don't go to Launchbox, but okay. Visit. So Rolling Thunder, here was the US artwork of it. which I think the U.S. artwork of Rolling Thunder is from Tengen is fantastic. I think this is, in all seriousness, I think the artwork for Rolling Thunder on NES is one of the best looking covers on the entire console. Even though it's got more of a sci-fi vibe than the game itself. Gameplay-wise, oh, that is too small of a screenshot. That is too small of a screenshot. Where is it? NES. And this is an arcade port. It is in arcades, obviously. Well, arcade port. It was an arcade game first. It's by Namco. This is actually the Namco version that Tengen licensed, so it plays just like the Famicom version. It is a platformer where you can hide indoors. I know that sounds really weird. But it's a platformer it's a very arcadey platformer. I've always wanted to try Rolling Thunder. It is tough as nails, but it is a great game. It is a great game. It's a James Bond type thing. It's a spy game. And one of the things is your character, apparently at some point, and someone else pointed this out before, I think it was Classic Game Room, he must have gotten in an accident where he broke his neck because he can't look or point upwards. He can't aim his gun upwards, so he must have some damage. He can only shoot straight forwards. That's such a dumb joke. The R. Yeah, we are in the R's right now. Trying to make our way through the R's. Slowly but surely. The title, Rolling Thunder, reminds me of a movie similar title with Downey Jr. Does it? Okay, now I know there is a Rolling Thunder, there is a movie called Rolling Thunder, but it wasn't, and this is from the late 70s, I think. It is William Devane, who is the guy who does all those gold ads now, and Tommy Lee Jones when he was first starting out, so super young Tommy Lee Jones. But Rolling Thunder the movie is nothing like the game. Rolling Thunder the movie is about a Vietnam veteran who comes home, and it's basically a revenge thriller. He comes home after being in a POW camp in Vietnam, and his town, whatever, he's suffering from PTSD. It's early PTSD movie too. And he's basically given this box full of silver dollars, one for every single day that he was imprisoned by his town. Basically, that was their sort of commemorative thing to him. Well, some people, just not trying to spoil it too much, some people break into his home, basically unalive his kid and I don't know if they unalive his wife or his soon-to-be ex-wife, because she's sort of moved on. But they do that. They steal the coins, and they stick his hand into a garbage disposal, taking one of his hands away. So they leave him with a hook for a hand. And so the rest of the movie is him going for revenge after the people who destroyed his family and took his coins. He's going to get the coins back. It's a really good revenge thriller. And the whole thing about the garbage disposal is so disturbing. And the garbage disposal comes from a thing where he basically won't give up the location of the coins. It's sort of like the PTSD kicks in of when he was a prisoner. And he won't say anything, even when they're like grinding his hand. It's a brutal movie. It's a good movie. Rambo and Rocky at Home then. Rambo at Home. Similar how the Arnold movie Commando has nothing to do with Capcom gave me the same. Yeah. Yep. But Rolling Thunder, I really, I like enough to I'm wincing hearing about this. It is a good movie, though. It is a really good movie. It's upsetting, but it's good. It is, Rambo at Home's a good, it's got that First Blood vibe. Not the vibe of the later Rambo movies, but it's got that First Blood vibe. Not with, as much like Superman type thing. Indestructible hero, but it's Yeah, it's really a good movie. Rolling Thunder's really, really good. There's a 4K release of it now too, in addition to the Blu-rays. I would argue Resident Evil movie has nothing to do with the game either. Yeah, and see, I saw the movie before I ever really played any of the games, so then when I started playing and watching the games, it was like, well, there's kind of a mansion. Yeah, totally agreed, Daylin. That's not to say it's a bad movie, it's just not... It's not the game. It's not about the game. Okay, so Rolling Thunder will give a B. Oh, next is the Russian game. This is one of the weirdest retitling. Okay. Russian Attack. And it's spelled Rush in. Oh, wait, why did it jump? Oh, come on, really? Rush in. That's a moment. My older brother enjoyed Resident Evil movies despite not being a gamer. Yeah, I didn't. I thought the first two were okay, and then it just kind of... I felt like it didn't know what it was doing. Movie, it's all right. Game, well, there's mansion in both somewhere. Yeah. Of course it's not going to open it. Of course. Oh, wait, here it goes. No, it isn't. Yes. Okay. Did you know the original Rambo's darker Rambo was going to be Izakai by his commander? Yes. Yeah, in the original script, or at least one of the original scripts, they had Rambo being unalived. And part of that came from what I understand, at least a part of that came from actor Kirk Douglas. They originally wanted Kirk Douglas to play Colonel Troutman instead of, oh God, I can't think of his name. And it's like right in front of my, it's right on the tip of my brain. And I can't think of his name. In any case, they wanted Kirk Douglas to play the role. And Kirk Douglas, reading the script, thought that Rambo needed to be unalived in Minecraft. And he basically said he would only do the movie, I think, if that happened. And they wound up not going with him. And I think they made the right choice. I think the casting of Colonel Troutman with, why can't I think of that name? I do think it was good casting. I do think the movie was good casting. But yes, yeah, in fact, there's a deleted scene out there somewhere, Agnes. It's on one of the DVDs. And it doesn't look, they couldn't really get it right. It almost looks like it's an accidental bullet. It doesn't even, if you watch the deleted scene, it looks almost like the gun just kind of went off. So I'm glad they didn't stick with that. Green Beret, so Russian Attack, chat, was originally called Green Beret. But in the US, someone decided, oh, Cold War's going on, we should call it Russian Attack. Spell it like rush in and attack, but it's Russian because Russians, so Russian Attack. This is sort of a precursor to, I love the cover art. The cover art's pretty cool. It's a good look. It's classic. It's Konami of the period, yeah. Russian Attack is sort of a precursor to Contra. It's a poor man's Contra. It's on a lot of consoles. It's even on the Atari XEGS, but the XEGS version would probably be... I don't think it was a cartridge. I think it was disc only. Yeah, that's what the XE version would have looked like. Man, wish I had that. Oh, the Green Beret cover. Oh, the Green Beret cover. Yeah, it kind of looks like a... covers... where is it? DOS, no, MSX. The MSX cover, yeah. The Green Beret one does. Yeah, it looks like G.I. Joe. It does look like G.I. Joe, precursor to Tetris Attack. No! It's a precursor, really, to things like Contra. It's just a side-scrolling actioner, but it's a very arcadey platformer. going from one end to the next. Your main weapon, most of the time, is just a knife, unless you pick up, like right there, a grenade launcher. Am I a Green Beret? No. Heck no. Oh, no, 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 no. I have no military service under my belt. Sorry. I bumped the mic. Sorry about that, chat. But yeah, that's basically it. You're running through a Russian encampment, attacking the Russian soldiers. They have a lot of missiles, apparently. Like all the missiles. As for the game, it's fine. About as close as he gets to it is a beret that is colored green, indeed. Indeed, yes. I have a green baseball cap. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I want to see what the Ultimate Nintendo Guide gave this. Because I really, and by the way, there is a version of this on Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance, there's a cartridge which, God, what is the GBA cartridge? It's like a Konami collector series. It's an arcade classic, something like that. There's an arcade collection on Game Boy Advance which has the arcade version of Russian Attack. Platform, let's go NES, Ultimate NES Guide. They gave us 70. I think that's too high. While the enemy bosses aren't too interesting. Overall, two of them simply align. The rest are a package presented here, comes together for a pretty fun, fast-paced, arcade-style experience. Konami Arcade Advance. Yes, that's correct. That's the one, Sammy. Which is a really good cartridge. If you have a Game Boy Advance, it's worth your time. I like collections like that. They gave this high marks. Missile Hoarders. Indeed. I am not giving it high marks. I am giving this a D. And the truth is, because even though... Yeah, because the truth... I mean, even stuff in D, would I rather play Rocketeer than Russian Attack? Possibly. It's well made, but I find it boring. Would I rather play Dr. Chaos? I don't know. I'm giving it a D, and it is extremely common if you want to collect for it. One last R, and that'll be where we end for the night. Rygar. Rygar has two very different games, chat. The NES game of Rygar and the arcade version of Rygar. It is not a port. The NES version is not a port. It is based on it. Based on the arcade game, but it is a completely different game. It plays like a Metroidvania. Even loved arcade Rygar. And see, the NES is different. The NES is, it even says Metroidvania. But as far as I know, oh, excuse me. As far as I know, there's no game save. You gotta do it in a single run. It does have a top-down view portion, and it's got a the side scroller, so a little bit of both. Yeah, so it's a Metroidvania without the continues, which is unfortunate. You've got basically a shield that is a yo-yo weapon. Climb some ropes in the ground. These guys are huge. The wise men are giant people who could probably take out the evil on their own without your help. Negron Mountain lies the entrance to Garlaws. Zardoz, what? Tone, yeah. Then you got the top-down view, traveling between areas. Splitting trees. I think this game is okay. Okay, so the thing about this game is it's kind of janky. The controls and the attacks are kind of janky, and the enemies respawn a lot. It's good, but it is an older NES game. This is an older NES game, And it shows. The controls are not, it's not Tecmo's best. Guardians be like, we're too old to combat evil. Indeed. For some reason, this looks familiar, but I never played it. Yeah, it's good. I've never played all the way through it, though. About that, do you think arcade games were better than the best port? Do you think arcade games were better than the best port? I don't know. I think it depends, Agnes. There are a few ports you can make an argument for. Like, we haven't gotten to it yet, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, the NES version is a lot longer than the arcade game. It adds a bunch of new levels, new enemies, new bosses, but it doesn't look or sound nearly as good, and it isn't 4-player, it's only 2-player. I think it really depends. I know there are some cases out there where I have thought the port was better than the original arcade game, but I can't think of one offhand. That said, I always find ports interesting. I think ports are so much more interesting than things like emulation. I think seeing something reprogrammed and trying to be remade for a console from the arcade is always just such an interesting thing, especially if it's different. The differences. TM2T2 NES port was brutal. Sorry for yawning there. Yowzers. I got enough sleep. I slept a lot last night. Maybe I slept too much. It is brutal. All the Ninja Turtles games on NES were brutal. But as far as NES ports, I'm thinking about that, Agnes. NES ports where the arcade, where it might have bested the arcade. I don't know. Let me, I'm going back to my tier list to look. I'm just glancing at this real quickly. Nothing there, definitely. I'm going to start at the top. Caffeine break. No, I don't drink much caffeine, but yeah. Yeah, but no. Yeah, but no. Oh! Okay. I kind of do have one that I could think of, Agnes. Dragon Spirit, the New Legend. The NES version of Dragon Spirit is somewhere between being a port and a sequel. It's a shooter game. The NES version adds a few mechanics and I believe some additional levels and some new cutscenes. The arcade version looks a little better, because arcades were, you know, more like 16-bit. Even if they were 8-bit, they were more like 16-bit. So more colors and better sound. But the NES version, I would say, I think it's a better game. Any others? Astyanax is a very different game, so I can't say that. Very, very different game. I'm just looking. Double Dragon is a very different game, so I can't say. The NES version of Double Dragon is a port, but it changed things and added a lot of RPG elements. Double Dragon 3. I do think you can argue that Double Dragon 3 on NES is better than the arcade game. The Double Dragon 3 has a lot of issues. I think you can argue that Double Dragon 3 is better on NES than you can than the arcade game. And I'm going to be honest with you. The more I think about it, the more I want to put Double Dragon 3 down into... No, I'm going to leave it... Yeah. No. The more I think about it, the more I think I'm going to move Double Dragon down. I think I am moving Double Dragon down. Double Dragon 3 down, yeah. Yeah. Nice to know. Yeah, that's the only one. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I'm Bionic Commando. That's another interesting one. NES ports of arcade games were totally different. Yep. Capcom's Bionic Commando is the best example. It's a great example. Being a lot different and better than the arcade. Yes. My only complaint about the NES version, I wish it had password or some form of game save, because I like to grind for a lot of health in that game. And if I'm going to do that, I better be prepared to play for 8 hours. I've still never beaten the game. But yeah, that's a good example. That is a good example. I moved Double Dragon 3 down, and I'm just not sure about that. I'm still debating that. No, I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. Okay, yeah, so Rygar. Where would I put Rygar? Well, first things first, I want to see what the Ultimate NES Guide had to say on this one. Because I know where I'm putting it, but theme and concept of the game and its fantastical world are very fun. Yep. And the music and graphics are both above average and complement the experience. I don't know about the graphics, but the music's okay. Difficulty curve is steep, yeah. Player's path is somewhat obtuse unless you've got a guide, yeah. Unlimited continues will assist exploring this well thought out and if imperfect game. That kind of, yeah. So Rygar for me is C level. I'm putting it as a C. I'm putting it as a C. All right, chat. So that's the end so far. Let me grab my memory stick so that I can save this thing. So we can post the latest updates tonight. Let me make sure it's reading the stick. Yep, it is reading the stick. Okay, so there is where we're going to stop for the night. Next week, we'll do some S's and hopefully the T's. I don't think we're going to get through the T's. We're going to get through the S's next week, then maybe the week after, probably the T's and whatever's next. I don't know, maybe some of it completed the R zone. Yeah, wish R. I was just thinking, I wish R-Type was on NES. That'd be nice. So yeah. The over-under chat, we didn't add anything to S tier. And I keep debating moving Ninja Gaiden 2 down to A tier. But S tier is still Dracula, Dracula's Curse, Castlevania 3, Dr. Mario, Dragon Warrior 3, Dragon Warrior 4, DuckTales, Kirby's Adventure, Mega Man 2, Ninja Gaiden 2. DuckTales should probably be A, but I still consider it S. S's, T's, and D's. No! I feel once you get done with the T's, the letters will be faster. Oh, yeah. Once we're done with the T's, it'll be, I mean, that's smooth sailing right there. This might be 3 weeks worth. Oh, God, there might be 3 more weeks of this. I went way too slow tonight. That's the truth. I was too slow tonight. This was not a good night for this. I mean, it was a good stream. It's just not much accomplished. Yeah, Kirby's Adventure, Mega Man 2, Ninja Gaiden 2. Down in the F, down at the bottom. Rocky and Bullwinkle, Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle. Awful. Barbie, Bible Adventures, Bill and Ted's excellent video game adventure, which I want to love, but it's broken. Conan, Defenders of Dinotron City, Dragon's Lair, which I want to love, but yeah. Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land, the Ubisoft version of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which is a completely different game from the Taito version. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, Karate Champ, Kid Cool, Quest for the Seven Herbs, King of Kings, the early years, Loops, Mad Max, Major League Baseball, Master Chew and the Drunkard Who, which is just a novelty. Mystery Quest, NES Play Action Football, Overlord, Platoon, Power Punch 2, Rambo, and RoboCop 2. I learned something from Eevee, just don't save. It's more fun that way. No! Not fun for me. Worry not, we love your nerd yaps and tangents. I almost said yerd. That's weird. Okay, let me update this. Submit. And then let me export it, chat. Save it in JPEG, because why on earth would you ever, or PNG, why on earth would anyone save anything as a WebP? I'm going to save it in. I'm going to save it both ways. I don't know if it really affects them. Tier cream. Okay, we'll do that. And let me save it also in original, because I don't know which is bigger, really. Okay. All right, there we go. Let us, chat, head back into the library, and we will wrap things up, talk about what's coming the rest of the week, and we will do a little raid. Door transition. Yay! Yay, we're still not done. Yay! Yay, we're never gonna be done. Yay! Yay, shut down. Why? Same reason, April 20th. Makes people think of 5 leaf plants. Wait, what? Why? Wait, what? What are we talking about? S, T's, and D's. Oh, is that the Y with the S and T and D? I don't know what we're talking about. Or are we talking about Kid Cool quest for the 7 herbs? Or the quest for the special herb? Whatever it was. The secret herb? I don't know. You know, yeah, yeah, definitely. But, awful game. It's just a bad game. It's just, no, 420 is pot. No, I know 420 is pot. Yeah, I was thinking weed and herb, yeah. Wait, what? I don't know what we're even talking about anymore. Why, what? I don't know what's going on. Okay, let me switch my mouse back over. Rest of this week, chat. Tomorrow night, we are going to be doing, you asked first. Wait, what did I ask first? I genuinely don't know what we're talking about, Daylin. My brain must have blocked something. I don't know what's wrong with me. Just a reminder, tomorrow night, Scooby-Doo Mystery on Sega Genesis. And on Friday, we will be doing a watch-along of Cherry 2000. There is a link in the description of it for, sorry for my typos on my Mario Homeless Wait, what? Oh, no, you don't need to apologize for it. Agnes, you don't need to apologize. Unless you're coming in here swearing or something. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. Cherry 2000, it is going to have a, we do have a link in the description for the YouTube free with ads version if that's not available in your territory. If you can find it for free to watch along with us, I encourage you to do so because it is a great movie. I think you'll enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, I can't help you. As for next week, I am going to be taking Monday off. I am taking Monday off because I want to try to knock out an audition video thing edit for a corpo, something I talked about at the beginning of stream. And once again, just a reminder for everyone, I do treat this as a full-time thing. So if you ever do feel there's something I should be doing better or that I'm not doing enough, somewhere where I'm faltering or somewhere where clearly I'm not enough like a full-time streamer, please let me know. Please let me know so that, you know, I can at least, because I always look at criticism. I may not always act on it, but I do always acknowledge criticism and keep it in my hip pocket. Why on earth would any? Okay. Thank you, Daylin. I didn't remember ever asking. Thank you. Why on earth would anyone save anything as a WebP? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't understand the WebP thing. I don't understand. It just makes it where you can't. I guess it's just so you can't download stuff. Here, let me save it in a format that no one will be able to reuse in any way whatsoever. I mean, you could download them, but it's just so annoying. So annoying. So yeah. Anything you ever want to say about that, let me know, because I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get better as a person, you know, with probably undiagnosed ADHD. Who gets so distracted, like even now. Even now I was getting distracted. My monitor like flashed with something. I was like, huh? What should I say next? Oh, let me go ahead and end the poll too. Chat, it looks like Phantasy Star barely pulled it out. How many votes? 31 votes, pretty good. No complaints yet. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Because I know there are things I falter on. I don't get enough shorts done. I have promised, now, it's almost been a year since I promised 2 cover videos that I have not delivered on. And I want to get those done. And usually I don't get the cover. Usually the main reason I haven't gotten them done is usually because by the time I would want to record them, my throat is wrecked because I stream so much. Well, if I don't stream so much, my throat gets better, but I'm also not accomplishing anything. So I'm really bad about VOD content. I'm really bad about covers. I haven't been good about commissioning artwork. So I really do want to get better about that. Pretty much the only people I've ever commissioned for artwork are Moo, who was here earlier, and Fumi Kokia. You're doing good already, don't force yourself. Yeah, but if I'm going to treat it seriously, I've got to get better. I appreciate it, though. I do look forward to your first Phantasy Star playthroughs. Personally, favorite RPG? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We'll start with the first one. We're not going to do them all one after another. We will put breaks in between them. But, yeah, I've got all 4 of them. The first one's on the Game Boy Advance Collection. 2, 3, and 4, I do have the Genesis versions, in addition to the GBA for 2 and 3. So we will do that. So, yeah, looking forward to Phantasy Star. I am looking forward to it. But yeah, so Monday I'll prepare to draw a map. Oh, honestly, Sammy, okay, I'm probably gonna download a map. I'm probably gonna treat it, because I think the Sega Master System included a map if you bought it. I want to say if you buy it complete, it includes maps. I'll double check that. I will double check that. I'll double check. Okay, I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask it now. Okay, hold on. Something on my keyboard. Did Phantasy Star on Sega Master System include a map? Question. Even my Game Boy might, because it's complete. It's complete. My Game Boy's complete. It might. No, it didn't. Okay. You're right. Players had to draw their own maps while exploring. However, later re-releases, like the Sega, in Sega Ages version, included a feature that uncovers maps as players explore the dungeons. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how the GBA version works. We will see how the GBA version works. Chat, I hope you won't fault me if I wind up having to get a map online. Because the truth is, if I was playing this solo on my own, not streaming it, I probably would be getting maps. That's something I usually do for RPGs. I like to have maps. Especially, and that goes back to Dragon Warrior on NES, because I know it includes, I've still got a lot of the maps. It doesn't do the map. Oh, okay. GBA doesn't do the map that gotcha. Okay. We'll see. I'll figure out. My brain went to hope you're better on your fantasies. No, you're good. You're good, Agnes. It's okay. Let's find someone to raid. Sega Ages port does include a map that fills up as you explore, but the Game Boy doesn't. Okay. Darn. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. If I do it, we'll see if I download a map or not. I get lost so easily. Okay, who's on? Who is on tonight? We can't raid into Moo because Moo already finished her stream. So no, we can't raid into Moo. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, I would appreciate if you would do so. It does help me with the algorithm. Something Sega Forever. What was that? Sega Ages and Sega Forever usually have good extras. Gotcha. Honestly, I would not fault you for looking up a map. Good, good. Because it's probably gonna happen. What do we got? Redirect. Who is on? Mrs. Chimera. I know we raided into her once. She's doing Pragmata. Ori Lunami. Gumi is on. She's doing Date Everything. Nori is on. Oh, and she's doing some music. You know, we might go from Yap to Yap. Let me see who else. Sawa Grape. Someday I'll raid into her. Rhea's on. We love Rhea. Skylar Speaking is on again. Tiny Pixie Day I need to raid. She's doing karaoke. Amy's on. Maya Neki. There are so many people on. There are a lot of people on. Evie's on. Huh, Evie's on. Tori Orani is on, and she's celebrating her birthday. Let me look. I always like doing birthdays, but let me make sure this isn't above my pay grade. I know I shouldn't worry about such thing, but I do worry about that. I do get still a bit, yeah, that's above my pay grade. 68K, that's above my pay grade. Catherine Sarath is on. We love her. You know what I probably owe? Let me see. Evie's been going for a while. But I'm going to raid into Nori. We haven't done Nori for a while. I have not raided Nori in the longest time, so let's raid into So Many Nerds on. Yeah, and I haven't raided Nori in a while. I don't get to raid her very often anymore. So we're going to raid into Nori, Boshi, Ariel. She's working on some music. So if you want a chill stream, just some finishing Akasaki, Haikai, track remake for Tax Bill. Yep, she's working on music. We're gonna raid into Noriboshi, Ariel. So Many Nerds on. It's unfair. It's always unfair, man. I wish I don't want to raid into everyone at once because that makes it more difficult. We'll probably raid into Eevee later this week. Hopefully we'll get a chance to maybe raid into Eevee tomorrow. I'd like to raid into Eevee. But I want to do Nori. We haven't gotten a chance for a while. So, raid message is going to be... Let's just do another Ultra Deluxe. Whatever, I'm tired. Ultra Deluxe. Back library raid. There we go. Boom. There's your raid message. Oops, no, don't remove it. I was trying to make a copy of it. I'm about to block myself. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching tonight. Thank you, Daylin. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Vice. Thank you, Agnes. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mahese. Thank you, Omegs. Thank you, Luciano. Thank you, the Shy Siren was here earlier. And thank you, Moo. And thank you, Ruka. And Greg Johnson, thank you. And I know there's more. I know there's probably more. But brain shutting down. Cannot brain anymore. Thank you, Tom Hanks. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Anyone else who's watching tonight, thank you for watching. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. We are going to do a raid. You don't have to go home. Thank you, Jennifer. Have a good night. You don't have to go home, chat, but you can't stay here.